Rucker House. This is where we're going, so I want to check down here first. Yeah, here's the Bower House, and then... Is the widow still here? Oh, doesn't look like. Well, it's not gone, so I have to assume she's still around. John Bower's farm. I can't go down to the dock, that's fine. Alright. That's the town commons. This is the Gertner farm. I'd like to say hi if I can. That's locked. Looks like everyone's not here. Okay. Let's try Town Central. North Town, the bakery. Everything seems empty. North of town is getting a whole new building built. Stoltz's, Easenkopf. Tassing is lucky to have so much woundwort naturally growing. I had to buy it back in Nuremberg. Yeah. Alright. The Rathaus construction is going smoothly. I wonder if they'll finish it before winter. A Rathaus is... No, that's not what that is. I believe it's that? No. That's... Oh, it's this one. Okay, I'm remembering. A community hall where people meet, typically a council that governs day-to-day affairs under the authority of a lord. Oh god, who's considered the lord? Is it just the abbot? Or is there someone new around? Or is it... Nope. Wrong. Up. And... up. Can I have an uppy? Uppy. The Mueller house. Let's see the ruins. These are still the same. I don't have any interaction with it anymore, though. Okay, okay. I understand one of the achievements I saw then now. Okay, okay. Hello? Big bed. Big bench. Hello? Klaus? A new baby? Magdalene? Aw, cute. Hello, Klaus. Andreas. I'm sorry, Klaus. I know it's been a long time. 7 years. 7 years and nothing from my friend Andreas. First Bert, then Marie, just after Magdalene was born. Oh. Oh. Bert was his youngest. Bert was his son, and Marie was his wife. My wife always thought highly of you. I can't believe you didn't write back after I told you they had passed. Sorry, I should have written. Yes, you should have. Too late for that now, though. Hey, little baby. Boopy bobo. Hello. She likes you. Baby. Your business seems to have grown. What are you printing? The 12 articles. They were originally written by Swabian peasants who were demanding changes from their lords. Freedom from serfdom, freedom to hunt and to use the woods as God intended, freedom from compulsory labor. Abolition of the inheritance tax, fair appraisal of rent, the return of property to common use and ownership. Bavaria isn't Swabia, but their complaints are just as valid for the peasants of Tassing. The laws may not be just, but they are the laws if the people of Tassing are putting themselves in peril. So this is Otto's cause. He's cut your ear already. The abbot has been squeezing the peasants for years, now he's squeezing the townsfolk, and we're pushing back. Their cause is righteous, Andreas. If you haven't seen the Gertners lately, you should visit them. Otto had you print these? Yes. Why? I didn't think he could read. He can't, but just about everyone else in town can. He speaks, I print, just trying to do my part, I suppose. I'm sorry, I'm still not in the mood for this late reunion. Come back for dinner tomorrow. You should go to the Commons, hear what Otto has to say. It's worth hearing. I understand. Until later. Of course, I'll see you then. Be good while we're gone, Magdalene. Will you be good? Baby noise. Oh. Hmm. Into the Commons. Oh my god, everyone is here. So many people. Everyone, listen. We all know why we're here, and nothing I'm going to say will be a surprise. Nothing I'm going to say hasn't been spoken behind closed doors, whispered to your neighbors. Nothing I'm going to say is untruthful, so it's time we started saying it openly. Year after year, the Abbey has found new ways to tax the peasants. Piece by piece, the Abbey has taken away our right to use God's forest to support our families. Law after law gets heaped upon us, restrictions on how we can pay rent, limits on where we can move, who we can wed. Oh god. And now, the death tax, which once claimed only our best animal and garment, takes half our estates. No consideration for widows, no consideration for children. What about the town council, the rat house? Surely that is a sign that the abbot wishes to share his power, to listen to our grievances. You have a good heart, Ulrich. You always want to see the best in people. But no. The council is a way for the abbot to divide us, to pit a favored few against the many. This is not charity. No, only greed and desperation drive Father Gernot. You'd think that if the abbot could, he'd steal a dead man's soul from heaven itself. And when we protested, what did Father Gernot do? He locked the shrine of St. Moritz. Oh. Ooh. He won't allow the people of this town, the farmers of this land, to pray before the relic. Yeah. Now, when we most need the intercession of our saint, the abbot has shut us out. Ooh. Father Gernot's actions are not just, they are not Christian. We've endured this abuse for far too long. It's time we let the abbot know we won't take it anymore. Everyone is in agreement. Stop, this is foolish, Hana. Soldiers are already patrolling nearby towns. If you push against the abbey, you'll incur the Duke's wrath. You could get the town razed and everyone killed. Hana's right, the Duke is a powerful force in Bavaria. You're playing a dangerous game, Otto. You lot are no match for trained soldiers. If you don't relent, you'll be ground into dust like the Swabian peasants. We could always grind you up instead, Leonhard. They might be right if there are already soldiers about. I don't know about this. We must stand for what is right. God is on our side. Don't be shy. Speak up if you have cause. We won't be overrun. The peasants of Salzburg were able to take the city and have their cause heard. If the people can get the Archbishop of Salzburg to listen to them, then we can do the same with the abbot. Master Andreas, do you think my family in Salzburg is alright? The civilian losses were minimal. They're probably fine. I don't know, but we can find out. Enough is enough. We can't stand by while the abbot continues treating us poorly. People all over Swabia are taking back their God-given rights. Why shouldn't we do the same? It's a righteous cause. Martin's right. We deserve better. We can do this. Well spoken, Martin. Everyone ought to consider what he said. Martin has proved dependable these last few years. But if the words of men can't persuade you, perhaps a sign from a greater power will. The abbot may have locked us out of our saint's shrine, but God has shown me that he is with us. I think that's all I should say for now. Thank you all for coming. Oh boy. Clara. Good day, Andreas. It's lovely to see you again. Hello, Ava. I'm surprised to see you after your long absence from Tassing. At this rate, we thought we'd never see you again. I missed the Alpine air and the people, of course. I was on the road to Nuremberg and wondered how you all were getting along. I was gone too long. I'm sorry for not sending word of my arrival. You certainly did pick an odd time to visit. We're in the middle of a strange season. Ah, you found the Gertners. Your speech was very rousing, Otto. I swear they get better each time. I hope the Duke doesn't catch word of this, Otto. The town could suffer for it. Are you looking for trouble? The town could suffer for it. We're past the point of caring, Mailer. If you were in our position, you'd understand that. You're right. It's not my place to judge. I'm just concerned. It's appreciated, but we know the risks. Understood why many people hate the abbot. Is it true? Did you really see a sign of God? It is, Andreas, I swear. Come talk to me later. I'll tell you what I can, alright? Anyway, Andreas, you and yours should come by the house for supper. We'd be delighted to have you. That sounds wonderful. We'll be there. Sound good to you, Casper? Yes, I'm starving. Our table is a little sparse lately, but we'll be sure to feed you well. Thank you. We'll see you there. Hoi. Go to the Gertners. So, let's have a peek. Don't have any objectives at the moment. Except go there. Journal. I ran into Clara and Ava in the Commons. Claire invited us to spend time with the family over supper. Yeah. Yeah, alright. Strapping farmer renowned for... strapping farmer renowned for his ability to drink large quantities of beer. Husband to Helvig and father to Simon. Father Thomas, town priest for Tassing, tends to his flock at Our Lady of the Labyrinth. I didn't know that was the name of the church. Tillman. Father and voracious reader, fond of the Roman legends about Tassing's past. Ulrich, town baker, husband to Gret and father to Anna, known for his piety. Ursula, daughter of Peter and Clara, half-sister of Ava and Big George. Half-sister. Veronica, daughter of Johann and Hetty Bauer, sister of Hans, married to Big George, close friend with Brigitte. Dr. Stolz, town physician of Tassing, graduate of the Albert Ludwig University in Freiburg, originally from Lower Silesia, known for his unpleasant manner. Great. Swabia is a former duchy in the southern Holy Roman Empire. It was reformed as the Swabian Circle in 1512. It borders Bavaria to the west, the Swiss Confederacy to the south, and Austria to the southeast. Okay. Cool. You learned so much. Andreas, you're back in Tassing. I wanted to pay my respects for brother Piero. What a talent with color. I'm sorry, Andreas. He was a sweet old man. I talked to him sometimes on my breaks up at the Abbey. I'm surprised Friar Ferenc didn't give you an earful. Ferenc was dead. Well, he did before the unpleasantness. I'm sure you know it shook up things at the Abbey for a while. Brother Guy made it clear I wasn't welcome at Kearsall when I arrived, so yes. For what it's worth, you're still welcome in Tassing anyway. Matthew's prior now, still strict but a bit quieter about it. He has a reserved Swiss temperament. I'd take that over Ferenc's outburst. Matthew has always struck me as quite pious. True, you wouldn't think piety could be uncommon in an abbey, but with Father Gernot... Are you in with the peasants, Endress? Well, of course. Gernot has been ruining them, running them to the ground. On top of that, we can't even use the forest anymore. Any of us used to be able to go fishing in there. Not anymore. I hope things don't get bloody. Bloody? No one wants that, Andreas. But we're not going to get anywhere by keeping quiet. You have a good advocate in Otto. He's a good man and he speaks the truth. The whole town knows it, even Lenhart, though he wouldn't admit it. Say, Andreas, how's the married life been treating you? After you left here and returned to Nuremberg, I take it you were married. I was. Sabine was waiting for me. Marriage is a legal requirement. She was waiting for me. I hope the married life has treated you well. I still have not found anyone. I fear it's never going to happen. Not a single person has caught your eye? Well, when I was in Innsbruck a few years ago, I saw a really pretty girl at the market selling painted pots. I think about her sometimes. Maybe more than is Christian. Ooh. Hold on. You gotta go! What? You're older than me and not married. Go find her. Life is too short to spend dreaming about the loves you could have had. Trust me. You seem to feel strongly about this, Andreas. But it sounds foolish, juvenile, you might say. Maybe, but it feels right. I may not have found true love, but that doesn't mean that you can't. Maybe, but it feels right. Ah! Convinced him to find his sweetheart. If I ever have the chance to get back to Innsbruck, maybe I will. There's something to look forward to, after all. I thank you, Andreas. You're a man of inspiration. A pleasure. Until later, Endress. Aww. Good. I was hoping I hadn't been locked out of that. I'm glad I haven't been. I was hopeful. Wait, where the fuck am I going? Am I going to autos? I'm going to the Gertners, okay. Hello, everybody. Clara? Hello again, Andreas. We're about to sit down for supper. Care to join? Lon Walkerman, I'll be back soon. I'm gonna talk to everybody else first. Peter? Hello, Andreas. George? Hello. Ursula! Hello. Do you remember me? Nope. No. Should I? I suppose you wouldn't recognize me. I'm not the poor artist your parents boarded. You were very young when I was last here. I boarded here. Oh, the artist! Andreas, right? Oh no, she's sick. I think you told me a story once. You drew me a flower, too. I still have it. Oh, baby! I keep it tucked with my stockings so I won't lose it. Mom and Dad sometimes talk about you. They said you went away for more training. What was that like? I was in London. I learned a new portrait technique. No, not about the art. About your travels. Alright, alright. Big bridge going over its river, but the bridge is so big there are buildings on it. It doesn't sink? It's very sturdy. I walked across it myself. That sounds like the miracles Father Thomas talks about. Like the Red Sea splitting. People designed and built it by hand. That sounds like a lot of work. I'm glad I'm a farmer instead. Baby. Oh no, somebody's sick. Can I ask you something? Of course. Do you know the stories about Perchta and the Wild Hunt? A little. Live in Switzerland, they believe in Perchta too. They call her Dame Hold where I stayed in Bessel. Why? Are they bad? Baby. Bad how? My grandpa tells me things about Perchta and spirits and charms. And the old woman Attila, she talks about them too. She's still around. Good. And says all these words I don't understand. She told me they're part of the old ways or something. So why do you think they're bad? Well, my dad says that I shouldn't listen to any of it. He said it's nonsense and that Father Thomas would be mad. He said he only tolerates it with old people because they're too stuck in their ways. I don't want to get in trouble, but Grandpa says if I don't learn the old ways, they'll just be forgotten. Why are you asking me? I'm afraid if I ask someone else, they'll tell my dad, or worse, Father Thomas. Are they bad? Baby, don't cough. Don't cough as though it's not for a reason. They're not bad. You should learn what you can. They're not bad. Could get you in trouble. You should learn what you can while you can. I mean, why not? I told an ordinary story. I'm sorry, forget I said anything. Aw, damn. Okay. It's okay. Veronica? Hello, Andreas. Good to see you back in town. How have you been? You know, pulled every which way. Mom's been a cow about when I'll give her grandchildren. As if I'm not doing enough work already. You're married now. You married now? Oh yeah, I guess you wouldn't know. Big George and I were married 2 springs back. Okay. Congratulations to you both. Thanks. Now Mom's nagging me about when we'll have kids. You shouldn't rush something as important as children. That's what I keep telling her. Maybe you should talk to her, Andres. If it comes from someone as successful as you, maybe she'll pay attention. Anyway, I should get back to work. We're all preparing for the festival. I'll leave you to it until later. See you. Peter? Eh. Oh. Oh, it's you, the artist from a few years ago. You're completely white now. Very gray. Yes, Andreas Mailer. I'm surprised you remember me. Everyone seems to think my mind is going, but it's still sharp as a nail. Endris makes nails, you know. Good man. Right. Are you staying with my family again? No, I'm staying at the Golden Hand. Ha! Those misers charge us just as much as the pilgrims for a drink, but won't support my son in his cause. That new abbot must have gotten to them, the bastard. Why do you hate the abbot so much? Everything went to shit after Father Matthias died. That man, God rest his soul, never increased taxes. He might have asked for a tithe in harder winters, but we were happy to help the abbey then. We could take from the forest as we needed. Brother Florian used to help us in our illnesses. Let us follow the ways of our forefathers. A true Christian, that old abbot. And then Father Guerneau promised he would keep everything between the abbey and us peasants the same. And we were foolish enough to believe him. At first, he refused to allow Florian to come down anymore. Taxes got higher. He stopped allowing us to pay in goods and livestock. Now he only takes coin, as though we can come by enough of that in a year to pay our rents alone. The bastard doesn't give a damn about us. Not how Father Matthias did. The abbey had patrons then. Times weren't as hard. It's not Father Gernot's fault he had to increase taxes. I didn't realize how bad the restrictions were for you. No, of course you don't. Not your kind with your fancy hats and tassel and furs. You don't need to see the troubles of us common folk. Why should this new abbot grander than us all? I should go. Alright. Hello, Andreas. Alright. Clara? About to sit down. It'd be my pleasure. It's truly a blessing to have everyone back together again, if only briefly. Keep an eye on that boy of yours, Andreas. See that he minds how much he takes. Young boys eat too goddamn much. Peter, stop that. Andreas is our guest. Why don't you lead us in grace? Fine. God, and these are gifts which we are about to receive about you. We pray again for our beloved Christine, gone now these many years. Please help me protect my family in these difficult times. Through Christ our Lord, amen. Peter's mad. Why are we the only ones with bread? They're being polite. It's so good to have you at our table again. And with another guest. Is this young man your assistant? He's my apprentice. Ah, that would explain why I saw him writing in that little journal. I remember you did the same thing when you lived here. Oh. Do you still draw in your journal, Andreas? I prefer to spend what little free time I have in books these days. Sometimes when the mood strikes. Wouldn't that be nice, George, if only we had to work when the whim took us? And we toil all day and that despicable abbot is starving us all while he sips on his sacramental fucking wine. Lay off him, Dad. He's only just got here. How have the fates been treating you these last few years? Ursula. The Lord is testing us with another hard season, I'm afraid. That's one way to say it. Been miserable as shit all around. Maybe you should be resting, Grandpa. If I'm gonna die, I'm gonna do it sitting up at my own goddamn table. The whole family's been ill, Andreas. Peter, his father, and Ursula with an ague, and me, well, Clara lost a child in childbirth a year ago. Childbed a year ago now. A tragedy. I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you. It was some time ago, but, well, such things linger. It was monstrous. Oh my god. Don't think about it, just keep the conversation going. You're already thinking about it. Just leave me alone for a while. Surely the child is with the Lord now. The Lord doesn't seem to look our way any longer. That's why it's time for us to take matters into our own hands. We are eating, not at the table. Please, can we not talk about this now? George here was married while you were away, Andreas. Yes, I'd heard you and Veronica make a good match, George. Thanks. George has been good to me. There aren't many other options in Tassing anyway. It's been a couple springs, but I'm still not used to being married. There's been time enough for it. Congratulations, I'm happy for you. It's been our one blessing in a dark season. With children soon to come, I hope. Haha, hee hee. Huh? I don't get it. Cough, baby. Forget it, Ursula. What have you been up to, Andreas? Foreign patrons are fussy, and I've spent a fortune trying to keep my ink sweat and canvases dry while traveling. My life seems so far from theirs now. What should I say? Don't leave them waiting. I can't think of anything. Leave me alone. They'll think you're rude if you don't say something. Nuremberg is miserable. I'm painting a commission, but patrons are paying to be added, so it's taking ages to finish. I've spent a fortune keeping my ink wet and canvases dry. Christ, Andreas, you're living like a king compared to us. What is it like to travel? Baby, you must have seen so much. Ursula, maybe you should excuse yourself and rest. You're sick. But Mom, I'm still hungry. Here, you can have mine. It's not fair that nobody else gets any bread besides Master Andreas and me. Ursula, give it back to him. God. I'm not going to have people in this town saying we can't feed our goddamn guests. Yeah. Besides, we all have work to get back to, don't we? Good. Time to get back to it. Andreas, we'll see you and your boy later. We didn't mean to overstay our welcome. It's alright. He's just in a bad mood. It's lovely to see you again. Thank you for coming, Andreas. Will you be staying for St. John's Eve? I think so. Good. Hopefully we'll see you later. Poor boy. Oy. It's up. I find it funny, we've never actually been able to go in the church. Amelie! The sin of Saul. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone crying out. I think it's Sister Amelie. She's a mystic. She may be having one of her visions. Sister Amelie, are you all right? The Philistines. This is the hand of God. Compline. Compline. Sister, is something happening at Compline? It's Compline right now. No! Sister? Sister Amelie? You're the artist Andreas. You remember me. You were here when the Baron was killed. You've changed. Hopefully for the better. God knows. Though God reveals and hides at will, although he reveals and hides at his will, he always knows our inner heart, even if we do not know it ourselves. I wish Father Thomas were here. Would you like Caspar to go get him? If he could, yes, his house is just around the corner. Caspar, run and get Father Thomas. Okay. Your son? My apprentice. My apprentice, but I think of him like a son. He seems eager to please you. He's quite enthusiastic, yes. I have little knowledge of the workings of masters and apprentices. My world is one of spirits, decoupled from the march of life and death. I see and hear your world turning from this little window, but they are mercifully small glimpses. Mercifully small. This cell allows me to contemplate mysteries without the noise of the outside world polluting my thoughts. Your world is the world of normal lives and normal thoughts. It can be difficult to hear the divine, much less make sense of it. I have no will to be part of that world. I strive to have no will at all, but to subordinate myself to the will of God. When my will is God's will, he graces me with... When my will is his will, he graces me with visions, confusing though they may be. It must be frustrating. Surely it could be interpreted with scripture. Certainly if God is giving you visions, he wants you to understand them. Understanding is a trial, Andreas. Perhaps what God wants for me is to strive, and in striving to understand a different, deeper mystery. It is not my place to question his will, but to contemplate the revelations I receive with the help of Father Thomas. Sister, what is that hole in the ground? My grave. Oh! That seems macabre. I dug it before Father Thomas read me my funeral rites. Before I was enclosed here, I dig a little more in it each day. Most people find it shocking, but this is my devotion, my vocation. Once someone finds their calling, they must answer it fully. And if the calling is wrong, I don't think it's that simple. Of course, how would we know? How could we do otherwise? Was it calling to a cloistered life not enough? How could we do otherwise? We all find ways to stray, by inches or feet. We all have our own course to find through this life, but we all end in the same place. I just had to face this reality earlier than most. Is your calling in question, Andreas? Is your life? Both, I think. I've lost my love. My love for art, love for family, love for anything. The last 7 years have been hard. It was too much for me. Don't lose hope, Andreas. The human heart is no small thing. It can hold so much. Augustine? Andreas, thank you for sending Caspar. She asked for you. Are you all right, Sister Amelie? Yes, Father, I may have had another vision. I remember little of it. Master Mailer and his apprentice heard nothing specific. It is unfortunate, but I am glad you are all right. Andreas, Caspar, could you excuse us? We appreciate your help, but I must tend to her now in the church. Of course, Father. Good evening. God bless you both. I'm confused. What did that all mean? I'm not sure, but the last time I heard Sister Amelie have a vision, it was just before the Baron was murdered. Do you think, could Sister Amelie be receiving warnings? It is easy to think that, especially after the fact, but I was only present for one murder and one other vision. But what if there's another one? If that happens, I may revise my opinion. Come on, Caspar, let's retire for the evening. Okay. Woof. Okay. Just kind of peeking around still. Okay. Any of y'all still around? No? Okay. There we go. Up we get. Alright. Go to bed. It's getting late. I should get some rest. Go to sleep. Eepy. Oh, Casper looks so tired. His little yellow stockings. His little yellow hat. Ugh. Meet Illuminata at the library. Did you drop this, Casper? I don't think so, Master. Oh! Again. Did you write that? You were warned. Jesus fuck. Warned? What does that mean? Warned about what? Has to do with the murder that happened last time I was here. I thought they caught the murderer. It's complicated. Let's head up to the library, Caspar. Okay. They caught somebody. Hana? Did someone enter my room last night, Hana? Do you have any idea? Hoi. Alright. Well, we're headed to the Abbey. So, okay, I said this last time. But I'll say it again. The only person who knew everyone's story, who knew everyone's personal secrets, I didn't put it together until the end of the chapter. Father Thomas is the confessor for the entire abbey and the convent and the town. He's the only person who knows everyone's, like, dark secrets and, you know, deep fears and shit. And he knows all of them. I think it was him, personally. I think he was the one who was pushing people to do things, whether or not they were themselves the ones who did it. Whether or not, like, somebody else did it and they just used his information that they acquired. But that's my current thought. Hello, Guy. Andreas? Brother Guy, what are you doing out here? Father Gunno has asked me to inform the townsfolk that the shrine is closed. With everything going on, whatever for? Father Abbot has ordered that we bring the hand into the church. The pilgrims are still welcome to come in and visit the relic, but it is off limits to the townsfolk. Why? The abbot has had enough of the peasants and townsfolk rebelling against the abbey. He is their rightful lord. The abbot has been more than generous, but he will not let this 12 articles dribble pass. The abbot refuses to leave the relic at risk of destruction. The hand of St. Moritz is the only thing keeping the abbey open. But Tassing relies on St. Moritz just as much as the abbey. What about the faith of the townsfolk? The pilgrims bring donations, but the townsfolk won't? Then they can stop engaging in such heretical and sinful behavior. The abbot is trying to protect the relic, nothing more. I somehow doubt the only thing on his mind. No one wants to destroy the hand of St. Moritz, Guy. The abbot is a cruel man, you know better. What of their complaints? Has done all he can until the peasants can see reason that relic will remain in the church. I pray the townsfolk and abbey can resolve this quickly then. As do I. God bless. Okay. Yeah, it's closed. Let me go talk to people. Feverfew. Margaret! Hello, who's there? Hello, Sister Margaret. It's Andreas Mailer, the artist. Oh, Master Mailer, Mother Illuminata said you'd returned. Is there someone else with you? Yes, my apprentice, Caspar. Hello. God bless you, Caspar. You smell even more of paint than your master. Sister Margaret is blind. She relies on her other senses, Caspar. Oh, thank you. You're funny. Anyway, I should go. Mother Illuminata doesn't like it when we're distracted from our duties. Of course, until later. God bless you, Master Mailer, and you too, Caspar. Tassing is lucky to have wound wart. And this is cinquefoil again. Okay. Making sure. Mousefanger. Hello. Aw, Scritchy. Hi. Cute. Very cute. Alright. Let's go see the prioress. Oop, she's not in here. Okay. Yeah, no. Okay. Into the church, then. I wanted to see who was about. Cloister. Scriptorium. The library is in the scriptorium. Okay. Or past the scriptorium. Hello. Hello, Florian. Andreas Mailer, how wonderful to see you. Have you been well? Well enough, yes. Good, you look healthy. What brings you back here? I want to pay my respects to Brother Piero. Of course, I'm sorry, Andreas. I know it's small consolation, but he lived a long life with little pain. He died quite suddenly during Lauds. He was well loved by everyone here, even those who might pretend otherwise. I'm sure he appreciates the gesture. As for your visit, I cannot speak with the abbot's authority, but you are always welcome company. Thank you. How have you been keeping yourself busy these past few years? I've been reading every Italian medical text Klaus Drucker can get his hands on. Really, how many is that? Oh, I haven't counted, but many. Eunicia's texts on the French disease, which might have been helpful for the Baron all those years ago. The Fasciculus Medicinae, a new printing from Venice, wonderful woodcuts. Oh, the Flower of Medicina from Salerno. Did you know they've translated it into Hebrew? Octian? Oxian? Oxian? Imagine that. Imagine a peasant in the fields of Provence reading the medical wisdom of Salerno. And his changes to woodblock print. Aw. Ah. Imagine a Polish mercenary doing it. It's truly remarkable. What a wonder these books are. Oh, I got carried away. It's good to see you, Andreas. Until later. I'm glad. I'm glad he's happy. He deserves it. He's a good man. This goes into the church. There's nobody in here. Okay. I'm trying to talk with everybody. Hello. Yeah, the lavatory. Okay. Dormitory. The cemetery. I'm gonna go to the cemetery. Brother Piero, 1450 to 1525. So that would have been 75? Yeah. That's a good amount of time. Mother Cecilia, 1463 to 1522. The headstone is well made. Her family must have commissioned it. Yeah, because she was from a rich family. I remember that. Anyone else I can see? Oh, okay. Hello. Adoc. Hello. Who is this? It's Andreas, Brother Adoc. Andreas Mailer. Oh, Andreas, the fine young artist from Nuremberg. Not quite so young anymore, brother. Oh, you are still young. When you were last here, I thought I was old. I was wrong. Now I feel the true measure of years on these bones. Like the waves of the wide sea on the cliffs of Port Kraken, time has worn me down. But enough of that. How have you been, Andreas? I have been well, thank you. I am glad to hear it. You seem more at ease now than when I was last here. Do I? It may be so. I have worked in the scriptorium beyond the limits of this body. It pained my joints and strained my brotherly love for Guy. The scriptorium took my sight and the use of my hands, but when it closed, it also took the pain from my heart. The abbot is content to let me serve the Lord through prayer and contemplation. And it also contents me. I'm sorry, Andreas, but I must rest now. It is good to hear your voice at Kearsaw again. God bless you. God bless you, Brother Adok. Aww. Makes sense, makes sense. The Prior's house. Is Matthias in here? Hello? No, okay. The scriptorium fell into disrepair quickly after Father Guerneau closed the library. Edna. Edina. Andreas, you're back. Hello, Sister Edina. What's all this? That's all you have to say? Hello. God bless you, sister. Still an ass, I see. Still, I hear you're a master artist now. I'm impressed. You know, I've grown as well, in a variety of ways. Good lord. Grown out of accusing others when you don't get your way, I hope. Ugh, Andreas, don't be petty. It doesn't suit you. I was young and immature. Let it pass, won't you? Besides, you didn't have to endure the tongue-wagging Mother Illuminata gave me. Well, you did try and break your vows and lie about why I was in the library. I was nearly expelled from the Abbey because of you. Did you get in much trouble? I had to do penance, obviously, and I had to help Sister Gertrude in the garden for a whole month. It wasn't horrible. I enjoyed working outside, and on the nice days, the garden is beautiful. I was young and lonely. You have no idea how boring a convent is for a young woman. Doesn't mean you can accuse people without cause. It didn't exactly work, did it? I'm not like you, Andreas. I never chose this life. My family couldn't marry me off to anyone of higher rank, so they donated to the Abbey. The amount was substantial enough for the Abbey to take me in as a nun. I was forced to take the habit. I loved my life before Kearsaw. At least you chose your vocation. I was shoved into mine and forgotten. So you became a bitter bitch determined to get her way out. No wonder you were so upset. I had no idea. Yes, it was wrong of me to accuse you. I was angry at my family in Kearsaw, not you. I accepted a lot in the past 7 years. I make the best of my life as well as I can. I should return to my duties. Thank you for speaking with me, Andreas Mailer. Until then, Sister Edina. Okay. Into the library. Hi, Illuminata. God bless you, Andreas. It has been too long. I know Father Abbot made it clear you were not to return when you left, but we had hoped to hear from you. Yes, my apologies. You're right, of course. It's good to see you again, Mother Illuminata. This is my apprentice Caspar from Salzburg. God bless you, Mother Superior. God bless you, young Caspar. Master Mailer. It's good to see you, sister. You as well. I just talked to you outside. I'm sorry you have to see it in such a state. It sees very little use these days. What happened? After Baron Rothvogel's murder, we had fewer and fewer wealthy patrons. The small number that held out lost interest. It's easier to commission new work from the Guild of St. Luke or individual masters in big cities like Nuremberg. Father Guerneau saw no reason to keep the scriptorium or library open. Most of the books here have been suffering of neglect. After Mother Cecilia's death, neither I nor Sister Edina have had the time to maintain our inventory. Kearsaw was one of the last monastic scriptoria in Bavaria. Piero did say it was going to happen sooner or later. As Brother Piero was fond of saying, all things change in time. Shifting. Now all that remains are books for sale to interested parties, a task that Father Guerneau has entrusted to me. Edina is upset. And Sister Edina, of course. I'm very eager to look through your inventory. Master Andreas, maybe you could find a book for little Magdalene, something that's not in print yet? Excellent idea, Caspar. Parzival. Parzival. Perhaps Klaus would not object to this romance given its emphasis on Christian values. The German is a little dated, but I'm sure she'll figure it out with Klaus's help. Who knows, maybe it will inspire her imagination. Go up. Huh, I think these are Latin translations of some of Origen's homilies. It looks like it's partially burned. Probably not a great gift for a young girl. Wait. This is the same bookhand as the notes I found when the Baron was murdered. Whoever wrote this is responsible for writing those notes. I need to ask Illuminata about this. Okay. Good, good, good. A copy of Jacobus de Voragni's Golden Legend. Every good Christian should know the legends of the saints. And the Latin is simple enough that she should be able to read it before long. Okay. Oh, Richard de Bury's Philobiblon. Philobiblon. It's a text on the collection and preservation of books. Maybe this is where Illuminata and Cecilia learned all their tricks. Certainly a good book for a printer's daughter. I think it's cute that we're just, like, rolling up in here with the entire intent of, like, acquiring books for this small child. Aldertus Magnus's De Animalibus. It's ostensibly a bestiary, but it contains so much more knowledge on a variety of topics. This could inspire an interest in animals in the natural world. Beautiful illustrations as well. Cute. Yeah. Okay. You look so annoyed. Have you decided on any books to purchase? Yes, just one. Hmm. Uh, Telling of Arthurian hero Percival written. Themes of love and chivalry are prominent. Philosopher, astrologer, bishop, a prolific writer. He's known primarily for his work on Aristotle and his knowledge of natural science. The Golden Legend. I like that one. Surely one with your taste in books already knows all the wisdom contained inside. This will be a gift for Klaus Drucker's daughter, Magdalene. Then may it serve her well. Is there anything else you need? Mother Illuminata, what do you know about this book? I don't know anything. Is this the first time I've seen it? Where did you find it? I've seen it on one of the lower shelves. I think it's in our catalog. I don't think it's in our catalog. It has to be from another Bavarian scriptorium, probably in the last century. It's burned around the edges. Why? How can I find where it came from? Who wrote it? If it's not in our catalog, I'm afraid I don't know whom you could ask. If it was a recent edition, the only people who would know are Mother Cecilia and Father Matthias. That's a shame, because whoever scribed this book wrote the letters I found while investigating the Baron's murder. The ones in the fine book hand. Brother Adoc told me about them. Perhaps he knows something about this book. He's been here longer than any of us. Why would the person who wrote the letters have scribed a book in our library? That's the question. Whoever did this is the thread puller. Huh? Someone who is manipulating people at Kershaw and Tassing, pulling at threads to provoke someone into killing the Baron. I thought one of the brothers killed the Baron. He did, but the Baron was lured to the chapter house by someone who knew Kershaw and Tassing's secrets. I'm afraid we can't be of any more help to you in determining the book's provenance. However, it's not in our catalog and it's already damaged. I doubt Father Abbot would mind if you kept it. Excellent, thank you. I'm glad someone bothered to save it from the flames. I hope Sister Edina is not going to be a fucking busybody about this. It is time to eat with the Druckers. Hi, Edina. Let's go find Adok. Are you here? No. Are you in the dormitory? Are you resting? No. Are you in the church? Howard Crypt Cloister. No. Okay. I'm gonna look in the crypt again. Because it looked like that was just open still. Could open it again. I'm not going to open it again, but it could. My other Twitch tab randomly decided while I was folding to switch from Sneak to Royer, so I thought they already had to go. Oh no! That's really funny. Wonder why that is. That's so silly. I don't know if Sneak and Royer have met. So I don't know if he would, like, know him well enough to rate him. It's cute though. Alright. No one's in the guest house. And this goes up to the Abbot house. Yes. All the dogs gone. All the dogs here! I thought you were gone, Bubby! Hello! Aw, good pup. Good pup. Wonder what recipes the brothers have for peas. That's right. Cucumbers are growing quickly. Yeah, same as last time. No, I want to go into the kitchen. Cellar. I wasn't able to go in the cellar last time. I guess they're all eating together. Ugh. Cat! Chasing a mouse. What's happening? Hi. Oh. Feed the cat. Here you go, darling. Big pets. Here you go. Interesting. Okay. That was cute. I don't know what that was about, but it was cute. The refectory is where everyone's eating right now. Yes. Yes. Lucas. Adok. Gono. Matthew. Volkbert. Volslav. Rudiger. Florian. Yeah. Okay. And out the chapter house. Where the murder occurred. Alright. We'll talk to Adok later. Where am I going for lunch? What is my goals? Now that I have a book to give Magdalene, Casper and I should head over to the Druckers for a meal. I hope he's in a better mood than yesterday. He did lose most of his family. I can't imagine that was easy. Hi, Thomas. Can I go inside now? I can go inside now. I couldn't before. That's lovely. This must be the labyrinth the church is named after. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. I I want to see Ottila if I can. Hi, cat. Andreas. Andreas Meller. Hello, cat. Well, would you look at that? You are back in Tassing, and look at you. You've done well for yourself. Who's this? Please meet Casper, my apprentice. Hello. He's got the posture of an artist, that's for sure. Good, strong face, though. I do? What brings you back to Tassing, Andreas? Just passing through on the way to Nuremberg. How have you been? You seem well. I must say, I was surprised to see him. That's right, he disappeared when you were last in town. France passed a few winters ago. Then Wolf, Brigida and I nearly lost the farm, and our mines. But Martin returned shortly after, and he's proved to be a changed man, a good man. He saved us from destitution. The Abbey would have seized your land. I've been wondering where he was. I'm sorry, Cat. I don't know what else to say. I'm sorry. There's nothing to say, is there? He was a good boy. A sweet, good little boy. The stars dimmed when he passed. But that was years ago now. I try not to dwell on it. To be strong for Brigida and to find solace in the knowledge he is with God now. Times may be hard and taxing right now. God truly does answer our prayers. I'm glad you and your family are well, Cat, despite everything. Thank you, Andreas. It truly is good to see you again, even in the midst of such terrible times. Until later. Until then. So, I didn't click on it when I could have. Wolf. These are not organized. Ulrich. Werner. Oh, do we not have the names of those who've passed? Doesn't seem so. No, because we don't have Bert. Okay. Hi, Brigida. Hello, Andreas. Hello, how are you? As well as anyone can be in Tassing right now. Looks like things are going well for you. Martin returned after all. Yes, the winter without him was excruciating. I lost little Wolf, and Cat was worried she'd lose the farm after Franz died. But then Martin returned, and he's provided well for us ever since. Despite the tightening restrictions, we've gotten by. I'm thankful. It's wonderful to hear. I'm happy for you. I'm sorry to hear about Wolf. Thank you. I try not to think about it. I understand. Cat wants to talk about him all the time, you know. Any night there's clear skies, she looks up and asks if I ever wonder how he is up there. That must be excruciating. Yes, it is. I'm sorry, Andreas, I can't talk about this anymore. My mistake. It's been good to see you again, but I should be going. Yeah. Andreas Mailer, good to see you again after all these years. Parting were hardly kind, and you as well. What have you been up to? You look like you've done well for yourself. I lived and worked in England for a few years. Got married, opened a workshop, settled down in Nuremberg. I lived and worked in England for a few years. And people here think I'm well-traveled because I've been to Ulm. Though I suppose I have had a lot of adventures for a country boy. What happened to you, anyway? Oh, right. You know I stole some of the Baron's things. I didn't make it far with them. I tried to sell them in Walgau and I got robbed. Serves me right, I guess. Luckily, they didn't find the coins I was carrying. The money carried me around Bavaria for another month and a half. Then I started stealing. I grew bigger and more confident over time and became a highwayman. You're lucky that you didn't get killed. And that's what made me quit in the end. I had a partner for the last year of my adventures. We tried to rob some Italians. We thought they were merchants traveling under the banner of St. George. They were not. They were soldiers guarding the property of an Italian bank. My partner didn't survive the encounter. I was wounded and alone in the wilderness. I thought of my father, my mother, Brigida. I realized I couldn't remember Wolf's face anymore. I did it again, damn it. I had to come back and take up the responsibilities I'd left behind. Was coming back difficult? It was. It felt like I'd stepped out of another life into this one. It took me a while to get used to everything, to remember how things used to be. It's all in the past now, just need to look forward. That's a good attitude. Yeah. Good kid. Messy kid, but good kid. He is trying. Alright. Hi, Magdalene. Klaus? You're back. Good. We're almost ready to sit down to eat. Would you and Caspar care to join us? Of course. Thank you, Klaus. Welcome back, Andreas, Caspar. Andreas, these are my friends, Benjamin and Rachel Sommerfeld. They're on their way back to Prague. Good day. Hello. Excuse me for not getting up. It's a bit difficult. Oh, you're fine. It's nice to meet you both. Hello. Baby noise. Hello. It sounded like a real word, Klaus. She's learned more of them every day. She'll be reading before long. That's a wonderful segue to the gift I've brought her. Oh? Book from the Abbey. Is this for her or for you? Her, I swear. Books looks like something I could use. As long as you give it to her, we probably know everything in it anyway. Thank you for this. It's a nice thought. Should probably pray before we eat, assuming the Sommerfelds don't mind. Not at all. We're accustomed to being guests in Christian homes. Ah. Thank you for asking, Klaus. Alright, I'll lead then. Klaus, thank you again for letting us stay here. It's been such a long trip. Is it time? No, I'm fine, I think. I'm just sore everywhere. Kicks. We hoped we'd get home weeks ago, but the fighting has made it slow progress from Basel. Passing's hardly on the way to Prague. We'd rather not get caught up in battles between Swabian League and peasants, so we've taken a strange route. We were in Basel to do some business, but we didn't want to overstay our welcome. Yes, unfortunately, I've witnessed their intolerance for Jews when I spent my, Wanderjoy? Wanderjahr? Where's that word? Wandering years, journeyman years. Okay, that's what I thought. Oh, are you familiar with the printer Johann Froben? How could I not be? He turned Basel into the pride of Swiss printing. He has incredible artists working for him. We all certainly don't mind that he publishes books in Hebrew. That's why we visited. Benjamin and I are creating a Hebrew type for him. Turns out, when your town banishes all the Jews, you have a more difficult time finding Jews to work for you. Who could have guessed? I just wish it hadn't taken us so long to get home. We have so far to go still. It's lucky timing for me, though. Now I have 2 printers and master artist at my dinner table. True, this isn't all misfortune. Daddy. Oh yes, thank you, and a future printer and baby printer to be. Passing hasn't seen this many artists under one roof in a while. It's amazing to see how far printing has come so quickly. Some of the engravings I've seen are incredible. Skills for printing and painting are not that similar. What have you been working on in Prague? Benjamin is trying to create a more readable script for Yiddish. We have typefaces for Hebrew, but it would be nice to have something separate for Yiddish. I've seen it before, but I wasn't able to recognize it. Yes, it's still a developing typeface and usually only used in Jewish women's books. I'd like our writing to be more accessible, especially to those who only read Yiddish. Here, something like this. I'll be sure to send you some samples when I'm finished, Klaus. Good, I'd like... Woof. You are getting... contractions, ma'am. I need to get ready to sell to travelers as the pass is open, but lately I've been printing the 12 articles for the town. 12 articles. Thanks to Father Thomas, everyone in town can read at least well enough to make it through that sheet. It's got a lot of people talking, and a lot are coming over to Otto's way of thinking. Well, you heard him yourself, Andreas. What do you think of what's happening in Tassing? I think the abbot is in a difficult position. He's just trying to find a way through it. The abbey is so impoverished they're selling off their library's greatest prizes for a fraction of what they're worth. The abbot's always been an ass. What do you expect? So impoverished they're selling things off. You saying you cheaped out on my daughter's present? You know I never caught costs where books are involved. Good point. I wasn't happy to hear it either, but I was able to get some manuscripts I would have been able to buy. I bought more than I should have, more than are going to be profitable to turn into printed books. If she were here, I'm sure Marie would. Mama. Yes, Mama. She would have given me an earful. Anyway. If the abbey is in such a bad state, there must be someone the abbot can appeal to for more money. Ooh, the Pope? The Duke of Bavaria may lend him military aid, but money is unlikely. Could try to sit down with Otto and work something out. Otto's tried to reason with him. The abbot won't listen. Apple pie? We're sympathetic to what's happening here. We saw it all throughout Swabia. Peasants are suffering. It's true, but I worry what will happen in Tassing. Girl, they're getting closer. I'm fine. Peasants are no match for the soldiers of the Swabian League. Soldiers of the Swabian nobility meant to keep peace in the empire. Mercenary soldiers for hire, they rally for coin, not for cause. Meant to keep peace in the empire. To robbery, murder, and outrage, they give the lying name governance, and where they make a desert, they call it peace. My wife reads a surprising amount of Roman history. It's fair. The rabbis won't let me read scripture, so what do you expect me to do in a house full of books? I know that Otto and the peasants are taking a risk, but I believe Otto will keep things peaceful. Anyway, it's not the Swabian League we have to worry about, but the soldiers of the Duke of Bavaria. Bavaria. The Prince Bishop has the church's authority, but the Duke's lands surround Tassing and Kearsarge. Mushrooms. Class, I'm sorry for showing up yesterday without writing. You had every right to be angry. Want to apologize for never writing back. I was so caught up in my work, and you know how it is. I never got to it. Passing at Kearsarge, I just wanted to forget it. For what happened to your family, and I just wanted to forget it. I was too much of a coward to write back after hearing Bert and Marie passed. I'm sorry. Not the conversation for dinner, but okay. Oh, this is it. Oh, labor. This is all my fault. We should have left Bassel earlier. I love you, Benjamin, but be quiet. I don't care. I need help. Is there one who would accept Rachel? She's Tassing's midwife. Faust? Yes, I should get her. Agnes has delivered every child in Tassing as long as I can remember. She would never turn any woman away. You're a bitch. Enough with the thanks. Get the midwife. Andreas, you're forgiven. Caspar, it was good to have you over, but you both have to leave. Of course. Good luck, Rachel. Ugh. I'll go fetch Agnes. Thank you for joining us. You should go see the bonfire prep in the town commons. You missed them on your last visit. Going. Thank you. We will be going. Oh boy. Can I see Attila now? I want to see her and say hello. Attila. Hi. Andreas. Oh, that's all you have to say to me? Okay. I'm glad you still have your- Oh, everything's still up. Good, good. I'm glad. I'm glad everything's still together for you. It's not much, but it's something at this point. Ooh! Everyone seems to be working hard for the bonfire tonight. The commons look festive, decorated like this. Look at all the flowers, Master, and the bonfire's huge! How's the fire coming? Those logs work out alright for you, Endris? Coming along as expected, nearly finished with it. It's all in place, Otto. Good, good. Alright, everyone. Remember, after the bonfire tonight, we celebrate as usual. We will all gather in the woods and take women, and the women will collect herbs as tradition demands. The abbot has forbidden harvesting in the forest. Please, for everyone's sake, reconsider your actions. Thank you, Father, but the abbot's order goes against God's law. The forest belongs to all of us, and to all its game, as do all its game, fowl, and fish. He cannot claim ownership over which the Lord gave us to hold in common. No, I'm sorry, Father. We'll proceed as planned. Tassing has never let anything get in the way of our St. John's customs as long as I can remember. We won't start now. And remember, tomorrow I will show you proof that as sure as the sun turns round the earth, God and our saints are with us. I'm worried Otto's gonna die tomorrow. Good day, Andreas. Hello, Brother Wolslav. You look upset at Otto's announcement. Is everything alright? Otto is becoming more aggressive in his defiance of the abbot. Father Gunnar will not take this news well. How could the abbot stop them? He can't chase them. The abbot doesn't like the festivities. The bonfire's fine, I look forward to it every year, and the festival is wonderful. But willfully antagonizing the abbot by gathering herbs against his order? I'm afraid this won't end well. His order? Didn't you just hear Father Thomas, Andreas? The abbot declared the woods off limits. Anyway, it's not for me to say. I'm sure the abbot will tell you more. He sent me with an invitation for you to dine with him tonight. I'm sure the father will want to discuss the situation over supper. Of course I'll attend. Does the invitation extend to Caspar as well? I'm sorry, Andreas, but Father Abbot has asked you to come to his house alone. Please tell the abbot I'll see him this evening. Hi, hun. Guess I'll see what all the fuss is about. I'll meet you back at the Golden Hand after dinner, alright? Can I help set up the festival decorations while you're with the abbot? Yes. I'll be back before sundown, alright? Yes! I'll see you later. Cute. He's so excited. I'm so glad. Hi. Endris? Andreas? Till? Hello, Master Mailer. Werner? Hello, Andreas. Caspar? Best not keep the abbot waiting. Go on, I'll meet up after supper. Alright, don't get into trouble. Alright. Woo! Alright. Whoop! Wait. Hello, guy. Where am I meeting him? Ah, the abbot's house. Alright, then I will enter from the other side. Well, I'm already up here. Fuck it. Into the garden. Not the chapter house, the garden. Hello. God bless you, Andreas. I'm glad to see you received my invitation. Are you ready to eat? Yes. Good. Andreas, thank you for coming to dinner. I will admit I was rather surprised to receive your invitation, Father, but I'm pleased to come. I thought you didn't ever want me to see me again. Yes, well, when I heard you had returned to Tassing, the Lord convicted my heart to let bygones be bygones. I think it's high time we reconciled, Master Mailer. Please sit and we will pray together. Alright. So these are gifts you're about to see from your bounty. Lord, direct each of us here toward your wisdom, prudence, and guidance in our future actions. Through Christ our Lord, amen. Okay. It's interesting. Brother Volslav was indeed prompt in delivering my message. I'm surprised you deigned to drop by at all. You have done quite well for yourself, after all. It's good to see that your time at Kearsall was not squandered. You even look the part of the famous artist now. What have you been doing in recent years after leaving such a mess in Tassing? City Council did approve me as a master artist in Nuremberg, you'll be pleased to hear. I have a commission of Mary and Christ waiting for me in Nuremberg, but my patron wants to keep adding more of his associates in. I'm dreading going back to it. Various lords in London. Surely the Lord will grant you the strength to succeed such a difficult endeavor. Why did you really invite me here, Father? In truth, I had hoped to discuss the rising tensions between the Abbey and the townspeople. I'd like to clarify the situation for you. Aha. Of course, like you clarified that Piero was guilty all those years ago. That's aggressive. I'm all ears. I'm relieved to hear it. I believe you've only heard from one side of the issue, Andreas. Otto's little speeches about taxes don't account for the entire situation. Why demand such high taxes then, Father? Plum. Pheasant. Start with the meat. With the scriptorium closure, the taxes are necessary to make up for the lost income. Do you really need to? Why not ask the bishop for help? Then why close the scriptorium at all? I don't understand it. Why not ask the bishop for help? Surely there is another option. Brother Guy has gone over the Abbey's expenses carefully, Andreas. Raising taxes is the best way to cover these costs. What about prohibiting the peasants from using the forest? That's a new restriction. The forest belongs to the Abbey, and the peasants here have no right to use it. Legally, it's theft. It doesn't harm the Abbey to let the townsfolk pick up sticks. Why bring the issue up with me, then? You need to talk to the townsfolk, not me. I don't have a stake in this. You're being a pedantic ass. True, Swabian and Bavarian law allow you to control the land as you wish, but the peasants are saying these restrictions go against God's divine law, not any imperial rule, Father. God in his wisdom established the church with this law, and they would do well to remember that. Doesn't God's law account for graciousness and charity? The peasants have exhausted my graciousness and charity for far too long already, and have little regard for the church's authority itself. The monastery and church exist to help stop such foolishness and to help regulate mankind's sin and greed. The peasants and townsfolk have gone too far. I hear they will continue their disobedience by collecting herb on St. John's Eve. The whole town knows I've forbidden it. The matter is grave, and I will excommunicate anyone who defies my order. That certainly creates an ultimatum. Something so petty. That is up to them. It's not. It's up to you, because you're the one setting the ultimatum. Remaining impartial will be impossible as long as you're in town. Support me in ending this foolish rebellion. God. You have a reputation in town, Andreas. You're a successful man, and the townsfolk believe they are like you. I'd like you to convince the other townsfolk, the printer, for example, that this uprising is not in their best interests. The rest of the town will follow, and the peasants will have no chance to resist. We can end this peacefully. I don't want the town to come to harm. It is a precarious situation, but I understand your point of view. Have genuine grievances. Why not talk with them and negotiate? Want no part in this either way. I don't have a stake in this. The peasants are right. You've been too harsh on them. Damn your plan and damn you. Why not talk with them and negotiate? I'm a forgiving man, but Otto's stubbornness has challenged even me. Otto is past the point of talking, that's why I'm begging you for help in this matter. Please take more time to think about it. I apologize. We must conclude for now. I want you to be a fucking adult and, like, find a middle ground. I'm expected to lead a service at Compline tonight. Think on what we've discussed, Andreas. I trust you can find your way out. I will, Father. Good night. If I can, I'd like to convince him to meet a middle ground on both sides. Like, which, like, to be fair, letting them use the forest at minimum is not harsh, right? That's at least, like, if you're not willing to lower taxes, at least they'll let them use the forest so that they can continue to pay their fucking children. Like, pay for their children to exist and live and feed their families, right? That's, like, the minimum. That's the barest minimum. That's not asking a lot. That's not doing a lot. That's like, okay, we can feed our family and then, like, deal with everything else, right? And as a step, Caspar, oh, fuck. Maybe he wandered into town to see the bond. If Caspar is dead, I'm gonna be mad. If my boy is gone, I'm gonna be mad. Hello, Andreas. My boy best not be hurt. If my boy is... Jesus fuck, if my son is inside of the fucking bonfire, I'm gonna lose my marbles. Ugh. Do not be hurting my child, y'all. Drucker House, Central Town, Town Commons. Here we go. Hey, Attila. Well, well. Andreas the painter. Good to see you too, Attila. Attilia. When did I say it was good to see you? Well, you saved my house. I suppose it is nice to see a friendly face. That's right. Anyway, no time to talk now, fancy man. It's time to call to the fire. The St. John's Eve mean a lot to you. The Saint's Eve. Right. Nuh-uns, Mama Percha. Perchta. Miss Ardain Giskerti. We burn for you. Alright, I'm gonna go. But if you want my advice, stay out of the woods tonight. Oh, okay, Grandma. There you are. Look at how big and fancy the bonfire is. The decorations are so fancy. Haven't you ever been to a festival like this? No, I've never seen anything like this. Can I stay at the bonfire and see the costumes and watch them collect herbs, Master Mailer, please? It's late and I don't want to risk the abbot's anger. Let's just head back and go to sleep. I don't want to risk the abbot's anger. Alright, fine. Carl? Evening, Andreas. Say, how do you like the bonfire we built it next this year, big and sturdy? It's a fine setup, Carl. Excellent work. I know we can't compare to where you come from, but we still give it our all, in celebration of the light who prepared the way for our Lord. Anton, you remember Andreas Mailer, the master artist? Yeah, I've seen him around town. Son, be polite. Hello, Master Mailer, how are you? Great time back at Nuremberg. I am well, thank you, young man. Anton's a good boy, let me tell you. A bit of a rascal, as you can see, but he's got a good head and a good heart. Likes to hide it, though. Dad, stop! Easy to rile you up, just like your mother. And Helena has passed, I'm assuming. What do you think of the festival? It's fine, I guess. I like the fires when they're lit. The mountains get to twinkle like the stars. I don't like when people get drunk and rowdy as the night goes on. They get into fights and all. Anyone in particular? Not as much lately, but Martin used to get in trouble. Anton's got a good eye. Martin's been a solid fellow once he came back, but he sometimes drinks a bit much. He's calmed down lately, you know. He used to be kind of a shit. Language. God doesn't look kindly on blaspheming. Those are your words, Dad. Best you don't quote me. Quote the scripture instead. It's better for your soul. I will. I do. Jesus. Hey. Don't let your mother catching you with that mouth. How is she? Is she not attending? She'll join us later. She went with Martha to dip their toes into the stream and pick some flowers for the garlands and wreaths. It's important to hold to traditions. Those more pagan customs, they sure are. Besides, maybe Martha and Helena will come across the blossom of a fern out there. What's so funny about that? Ferns don't flower. That means no power to speak with animals for you, boy. I doubt they'd have anything interesting to say anyway. Phone is going wild. Animals can't talk. I'm not a baby, you know. Indeed, you are not, even as you're a bit short for your age. Dad! I joke. Let's enjoy the celebrations. I'll let you get back to it then. It's a pleasure. Until later. Brigitte? Why, Martin, look who it is! Good evening, Andreas. You're staying for the festival, I hope. Of course he's staying. Who would miss this, especially after you burly boys built such a beautiful bonfire? A burly boy like me would do anything for you, Dove. Couldn't help myself. Aww. Both feeling very festive, I see. Food, the fires, the dancing, it really is a night to enjoy. It's to honor the anniversary of the birth of Blessed John, a vigil for he who prepared the way. Yes, yes, and he'd have liked everyone to have a good mood in their hearts, and good food in their bellies. As a hermit who wandered in the desert living off locusts and wild honey, he probably wouldn't agree. I'd like to live off some wild honey myself, if you catch my meaning. Snort. Martin, please behave. Yes, dear, I'll pray to God to relieve me of my unclean thoughts. You'll get no dances tonight if you continue this impishness. See, Andreas, this is kind of difficult this is the kind of difficult married life I have to deal with. Must be a burden. It must be a burden. Heavy as the cross our Lord Savior had to carry. Martin! You better brother Father Thomas's confessional tomorrow with all this impiety. She's got you there. Are you going to heed Otto's call and go into the forest? No, I'm really not looking for trouble. There's enough of that going around. I hear you've a tendency to get into trouble with the drinking and the brawling. Not gathering any herbs. My place is by my Martin's side. The word of the abbot is the word of the church. It's improper to go against the word of the church. Are only slightly less improper than all the time you spend with Veronica. Oh, Brigitte, I'm sorry. It was a joke. It came out poorly. It's good for the heart to have cherished friends. It's fine. Andreas, I was about to say, the bonfire is enough. We will dance until our legs begin to waver. Right, Martin? Would not miss it for the world. That's delightful. I hope you have a great evening. You as well. Till later. Good, good. Till. Hello, Master Mailer. Evening, Till. Enjoying the festival. Very much so. I perhaps feel a tad old for the more active side of the celebrations, but I enjoy the sights and sounds. Did you know the word for the summer solstice leads back to the Romans? I may have heard that, yes. Solstitium. The sun staying still in the sky, such as it looks like this time of year. A fitting allegory for the great cosmic arc of mankind, rise and fall. But to make up for that, dancing, leaping, songs, joy, and mirth. People seem elated, although I don't think the same applies to Abbot Garneau. Can all this really keep away the decline? God must become greater, as I must decrease, the baptizer said, a threshold between times past and a new era to come. The sun fades away every year, only to return. At least it never stays bad, does it? Sometimes it feels as if it goes on forever. Nothing lasts forever, Master Mailer, except our Lord in heaven. Ah, I wish I could read more about all this. Well, with the Abbey selling books from their library, I hoped I could get some for myself, but it proved to be far too expensive. Klaus and his printings have proven to be of more use and a fair bit cheaper. Have you come across any interesting tales? I have indeed, Master Mailer. Oz. I didn't quite understand everything. The text was in Latin. It was by a Roman named Strabo, and it was about geography. That's why I noticed it. The noted philosopher and historian. He was actually Greek by birth. I imagine you were reading his Geographica. Yes, that could have been it. The book was about many kinds of barbarians, which also included the Raeti tribe I read about years ago. The people who used to live on this very land before the Romans arrived. He called this place Ratium and described it as a cluster of drab huts and its people hostile and warlike, only interested in hunting and fighting. There was something about Manus and his sons, but I couldn't understand a lot of it. In any case, when the Romans came, most of these locals were driven out, but some were captured to work in the fields and the mines. What happened to the locals who were forced out? What were they mining? Salt, I guess. It used to be the backbone of this land. What happened to the locals who were forced out? No idea. I would imagine that after the Romans were driven off, that their empire started falling apart. Maybe the barbarians came back. But they really were the same. But were they really the same people, or nomads from elsewhere? We may never know. Thank you for the quick history. I'll let you get back to the festivities. Enjoy yourself tonight, Master Mailer. Until later. Good evening, Andreas. Nice to see you here. Grandpa, look at who it is. Eh. Oh, the artist. You're still around? I thought I'd stay and enjoy the festivities. Ha, you call this a festival? You haven't seen nothing yet. You're not going to tell the story again, are you? You kids need to learn it by heart, else Perchta will run you down. This is about the Wild Hunt? Ah, this is about the Wild Hunt. Yes, it draws near. Heed my warning. Grandpa, you're getting agitated again. It's not good for your health. Nonsense, I can outlive any bastard out there. So, where was I? Tale about the traditions of the mountains. The Wild Hunt? Yes, did you bring your mask? No, I didn't realize I was supposed to bring one. Fools I have to suffer. The masks are to protect us as we banish the witches and spirits into Perchta's path. She punishes all humans she finds in the woods on St. John's Eve, since only witches are out in the wilderness. Anyone caught will be turned into animals. No one but a priest can turn you back. Oh no, to be brought low to a mere beastly existence. I guess I can imagine a worse punishment. You joke, artist, but you won't be laughing when Perchta finds you. Stay indoors tonight. If you want to come outside, stay within the light of St. John's fire. At least Saint Satya blesses the herbs in the forest this night. And the women will gather the herbs, regardless of that bastard abbot. It's certainly important to stockpile some for the winter. Thank you for teaching me more about local traditions. Hey, Big George. Huh? You grab some of those ashes with you after the bonfire has died down. Fine. What are the ashes for? It's to spread across the garden, ensures a good harvest. Figures you city people don't know shit. Don't be like that, Grandpa. Now that story time is over, how are you enjoying this evening so far? I've spoken to a few other people here. Very enlightening. It's the best time to spend with your friends. Have you heard anything interesting? Gossip. You two are like that burner in the forest. Smokey, that's the one. Always knows you about other people. Been invited to have dinner with the abbot. I guess the talking never stops. Yes, it's been fun to hear what people think about St. John's Eve. Maybe you'll get a few dances as well, eh, Andreas? I'd rather not. I hope I'll get the chance to dance with my dear. Can't see why you wouldn't. Big George is right there. Yes, Big George. Ah, they're lesbians. I see. Shouldn't keep you from the night's celebration until later. Yeah, okay, that reads like Brigitte and Veronica are secretly gay. Werner? Andreas? Balthasar, salutations, you must be that illustrious artist. Balthasar is in Kampf. Pleasure to meet you, but call me Balthus, please. It's much more familiar. Master Andreas Maller, pleased to meet you. Yes, you're Maller, we all know. Let's cut the long-winded pleasantries. You're so rude. Did you behave yourself for one conversation? What brings you to Tassing? Balthasar has decided to stay in this godforsaken town for whatever unfathomable reason after his cart broke. It's not unfathomable. I enjoy the calming vistas, the quiet and peace. It has been neither lately. You mean with what Otto and the peasants have been saying? And what is it you do, Balthus? He's an inventor of sorts. I make all manner of mechanical contraptions, for all the use it is. The mind of the inventor exists to create, to build, to go one step further toward the garbage heap. Very inspiring thought, Balthus. Why, thank you, Master Artist. Speaking of, have you had the chance to look around town tonight? I imagine the sights could be inspiring to your artistic mind. Tassing surely looks cheerful with the decorations and bonfire. Look at their peasant ingenuity. Consider the bonfire itself. It's built to allow the air and the heat to flow through it at a great speed, and how it roars. It's a clever piece of construction, but Otto's a clever man. It is a feat most worthy of a university degree. These people have natural traditions. They've managed to figure out many clever things without even the most cursory education. It is knowledge that hails from preceding generations, lived experience long passed along the chain of time. Not quite the knowledge of a rigorously educated mind, perhaps, but nonetheless very useful. You don't need a university education to be smart. Of course you would say that. Neither of you know these people like I do. Werner, you suck. God has assigned them their place in the... has assigned them the place in their order of the world for good reason. There is some merit in learning from the peasants, even you, Werner, given their understanding of herbal remedies. Their traditions are profane. Consider the Eve of St. John, tainted by their pagan rituals. It's an affront to Christ. You're an affront to Christ. Saint Eligius warned against precisely this nearly 1,000 years ago. Nothing has come of these pagan festivals in that time. Where's this newfound piety come from? You're really wound up about this, aren't you? Nothing has come from that. The harm infects a man's eternal soul. You might not see it, but God can. Where did this newfound piety come from? Don't pretend to know anything about me. I've been on the pilgrimage to Aachen. I have visited the Marienstein and stood in the presence of those holy relics. To be in the presence of St. John the Baptist's beheading cloth was an experience I will never forget. I haven't managed to pilgrim myself, but I hope to. I'm glad you've had an experience. Your family must be proud. They are. Grand! Now I think it's time we return to the festival. We're here to celebrate! I'll let you continue with your evening then. Good night. Do come by my workshop, Master Mailer. I'd love to exchange ideas. It would be my pleasure. Until then, Mailer. This is all lovely. I love, like, the fucking, like... I love the, like, long shift with the eye holes cut out of it, and the sleeves just look like big floppy ears. I love that. Thomas looks upset and concerned. Understandable, but... Yeah, look, I read the fucking writing on the wall, and I was like, let's keep my boy indoors tonight, shall we? Let's just not let anything happen to him. Look, the pagan gods will be upset if he's there. I don't want him to get in trouble with the abbot. It's all just better if we go to bed, unfortunately. Look, if I can keep everybody pleased with my boy. Ooh. Adventure. Oh, adventure. Back into the maze. Ooh, the maze is harder this time. Yeah, now it's the maze, the labyrinth at the church that we weren't able to see before, but it's still the same background from the first time we saw this labyrinth. It's not really a labyrinth. So, hi Sabine. What is it? Wait. Come home. I will, soon. You're lying. Sometimes I think you must despise me. But maybe it's worse than that. Maybe I'm nothing to be regarded at all. What am I to you now? An annoyance? A bother? A nuisance to be ignored while you lead another life in London? Was there ever an ounce of love in your heart for me? It's never about love as much as you had for me. Of course there was, but no longer. Fine. Go back to your books, the only things that make you happy. This house is so lonely without him. Stop. Ooh, they lost a child. Your presence would only amplify the grief. Leave me alone. Leave me alone with the memory of him. Just leave me alone, just for one night. One night where I don't have to dream about him. Please. Yeah, they lost a child. Yeah, I wondered. August. I wondered. Amelie said something about Augustine. Or maybe he did. August. Hello, August. I know you aren't going to say anything. You never say anything. I'm sorry I couldn't do anything for you. I suppose there's not much one can do against plague. Do you get tired where you are? The last time I saw you, I said goodnight to you. I couldn't come to the bed, so I stood in the doorway. I just stood in the dark. You didn't say anything back, so I said it again. I don't know how long I stood there, just waiting for you to say goodnight. You still look the same age to me. I wonder if I'll ever forget your face. Do I remember your mother as she is? I remember loving her. Was it just some version of Daniel's portrait? I remember loving her. Can you ever picture someone clearly if you love them? Can you ever picture someone clearly if you hate them, if you love them? I loved you, little boy. I loved you so much. Sometimes I wish I could die so I wouldn't feel it anymore. Oh. But I can't. So I retrace my steps every night and find my way back to her. Back to you. I love you, August. Good night. What happened to this place? Where is Prester John? And where are Socrates and Saint Gourbain? Gourbain wasn't on the Ship of Fools. Melancholia. Won't you answer me? No thoughts for Beatrice. You are Beatrice, aren't you? Once. I was a voice of caution, of prudence. And now? More and less than caution, the ache of doubt that stiffens to paralysis, paralysis that breeds despair. Melancholia. What happened to the others? What happens to you happens to us. The foundations of this city are still moored within the ocean of your mind. Its court does not rule your mind rules the court. Once reason, curiosity, and the foolishness of youth dwelt under the aegis of your intellect. I am all that remains, the melancholy of life's autumn. How did it come to this? You have turned your gaze to your own dark center. You know the courses of your own life. You know how the choices you've made have brought you here. What am I supposed to do about it now? Change your life. Wait, I shouldn't be here. I needed to help someone. Is Caspar still asleep? Ah, so your thoughts aren't entirely turned inward. There is still something in you that cares for others in spite of your melancholy. Perhaps there is still hope for us. Wake up, Andreas. Where is Caspar? Where is my boy? God damn it, where is my boy? I have to find my boy. Nope, okay. Oh boy, where is my boy? Snuck out. Ugh, I hope he's not in the woods. That would be complicated to handle. But I don't think I'll be able to get free of it. Otto. Hello, Andreas. Enjoying the bonfire. Your costume looks just like a fancy night dress. I'm looking for Caspar. Have you seen him? No, I haven't seen the boy tonight. A group of townsfolk went to the forest to collect herbs, though. You might see if he wandered off with them. Enjoy the festival while you're at it, Andreas. We're showing the abbot what for. Jesus fucking Christ. Can I... Whoop. This bonfire is much simpler than the one in Nuremberg, but it's pretty all the same. Yes, I'm aware. Does it take me into the woods? No, it just takes me up there. Great. Alright, well, I tried to avoid disaster, and look what it got me. God damn it. Alright. Well, I'm going to actually... That's better. Yeah, that's better. You can hear it better now. Nope. No, I did not want to go there. Wait, how do I get... Can I get to the woods again? Where am I going? Hello? Arms east to the forest. Haha. Here we go. There's a lot of commotion tonight. It sounds like everyone's gone to the woods. Yeah. Smokey's home? No? No Smokey. Okay. Can't even gather sticks without a fee. Down to the waterfall. They're fighting. Johan, okay. Oh my god. Dude, you fucking beefed it. Where are you? Okay, so that might be Johan. They're getting busy. They're watching. Okay. Where the fuck is my child? Okay, so somebody's getting busy. Somebody's watching. They're wrestling. She's looking for Johan. I assume that means... the Bowers. Hana. No, Johan is... Johan Bauer, husband of Hetty. So that's probably Hetty, assumably. Those two guys are fighting, God only knows why. Caspar. What are you doing out here? Master Andreas, what are you doing out here? I've been looking for you. I thought I told you to stay inside. I was sleeping, there was a big racket, and I wanted to see what was happening. What are you doing out here? I was chasing one of the townsfolk, but lost track of the costumed buffoon. The forest is off limits. I'll figure out who's breaking the rules and excommunicate them myself. Excuse me. What was that? Someone is screaming in town. They're really taking this nonsense too far this year. Let's go back to town together and see what's going on. Meeting at the shrine. Okay. This way we are all three of us together. Okay. I've never seen these flowers before. I wonder where they found them. Who is that running off anyway? Too hard to tell who's who in those stupid costumes. Perfect time for a murder. Let's go check on the town first. Yeah. Oh my god, it's Otto. Yeah, I figured. Werner, is he dead? Afraid so. I thought it might be Otto. The platform crushed him. Alright, so everyone not present is in the woods. Great. How did this happen? Balthus and Lanehart and I heard the crash and stepped outside to see what happened. And then we saw a figure in a costume rushing off from the Rathaus. Must have been whoever released the rope. And what were you doing during all this, Leonhardt? Enjoying a light meal with these gentlemen. What a shame you can't blame me for this, Peter. Caspar, look to see if Otto had a note. Huh? Do it. Why would you make the child go check the body? You can do it yourself. No, Master, there's nothing. Are you certain? What were you expecting? I'm not sure. Hi. Oh my god. Oh, Ava. Otto. Oh, Ava. You. What? The abbot must have killed him. The abbot was with me. We need answers. How dare you? I won't just stand here being accused of such a foul act by a pet. Jesus Christ. The abbot was with us. He's innocent. There's no way he could have. Caspar, run. To the abbey. Oh, Jesus God. I've heard that song so many times in my life. To the library now. Oh my god, why were they all in there? They ran through the church this way. Okay. Oh my god, okay. They won't let us in. They've locked the door. Oh my god. Otto's death demands justice. The abbot couldn't have. He was with us. That's true. He did arrive with you, but we don't know where he was before that. Who else would want to kill Otto? Coward killer. Andreas, move. I don't like his stance any more than you. Violence is not the answer here. You're not would not have had time to run from the commons to the forest. There must be another, don't you see? No, they're all upset. Those monks don't come out, we'll set fire to the whole place and cook them. Even if you don't trust the abbot, trust me. I swear he wasn't the one to do it. He was with me. Gernot wasn't the only one who disagreed or disliked Otto. You have all good reasons to hate the abbot. He is not the culprit. Everyone was in costume. I didn't recognize most of you in your outfits until you talked to me. You've got 1 day to find whoever you think is the real killer. Otherwise, we will come back for the abbot. Andreas, all I want is justice for my husband. Please, you must find the murderer. Otto was a good man. I won't stop until I find who killed him. Yoink! Oh, round 2. Faster this time. Get fucked, dude. Everyone fucking passed out through the day. The peasants are really convinced that Gernau killed Otto, but it was impossible. Peter's temper got in the way. The abbot is an easy target because he was at odds with Otto and his cause. It's no secret that Gernau and Otto were at odds. The abbot is an ass. Master, Peter was furious. He's only giving you a day to find the murderer. Why'd you even agree to find out who really killed Otto anyway? It didn't turn out well last time, did it? Why do it again? Everyone deserves justice. Honestly, anything to keep from going back to Nuremberg. I don't want to talk about it. I'm worried about what could happen to the library. The law needs to be upheld. If no one else will do it, I will. That's one way to look at it. Sure is. Who do you think did it then? Where do we even start? We should talk to Lenhard. He always hated the peasants and supported the abbot. He was very vocal against Otto in the town commons the other day. He might have hated Otto enough to kill him. It's worth talking. Even if he didn't, he might know who else had the motivation to. What about Martin Bauer? When we saw him talking to Otto, they seemed to be arguing over something. That's not likely. Martin supported Otto and the peasants. Martin was always an ass if they had a bad enough argument. It would be worth talking to Martin to see what they were discussing. He might have an idea. Who else? I'm sure we can find some other suspects. We'll have to do some more investigating to find out who the murderer is, but we'd better move fast. Could the murderer confess to Father Thomas? Well, maybe. Even if the murderer did, Father Thomas is bound by the seal of confession. He won't tell us. However, we could eavesdrop on confessions. Since St. John Eves just happened, the townsfolk will all come in to confess. One of the townsfolk might have heard something anyway. That's a good place to start. We could ask around at the We could also ask around at the Golden Hand. The travelers might have seen or heard something useful. People will tell outsiders anything they might have heard or something we missed. But the person who ran by us in the forest, they were wearing these flowers. I've never seen them before. I'm glad you have it. Right, we have to find the source of these flowers in the woods. They might give us some sort of connection to the killer. We have a lot of good places to start. Even though time is short, we have a good chance at finding the real killer. Alright, let's get to work. Alright. So, we have another murder. God. Good night, Otto. I knew something fucked up was gonna happen. We should speak with Father Thomas to see about the St. John's Day confessions. They'll be coming in. We should also visit Lenhard. He's heavily invested in what's happening. He must know something. Ask around the Golden Hand. Also need to search the forest to find the flowers. Let's... And the miller. Paying respects. Gurners have fallen on hard times. Her sister Amelie spoke of the sin of Saul. The sin of Saul, I believe. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, my church days. Oh, my church days. They're, like, failing me. Holy shit. Saul was... I know it was greed. Like something greed related. Is he a gambler? Oh boy, I don't remember. Is there anybody in chat who can tell me? That'd be awesome if someone has, like, church knowledge. Hello, small one. Hi, Hana. Hello, Master Mailer. Anything I can do for you? Yes, actually. You were pretty vocal against Otto in the town commons. What was that about? Just what I said then. I don't want anyone to get hurt, especially now. We've already had one death in Tassing. We don't need any more. Plight of the peasants. You were opposed to Otto's ideas, though. He spoke against violence. He spoke against violence. Otto was an ideologue. He didn't see the reality of the situation. The Golden Hand relies on pilgrims and travelers for its business, Andreas. If Otto got his way, everything would be chaos. Swabia is burning as it is. We need the law to live civilized lives, Andreas. What Otto was advocating for scared me. Okay. Tend to find the murderer and instill order again. It's hardly better now. Otto was the only thing holding Peter back. That's true. Yeah. Instill order again. Thank you, Master Mailer. I wish you the best of luck. Hang on. What is this? Oh! Sorry, Web just sent me Squeenix, Square Enix official Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memory playing cars. That's cool as hell. Anyway. I'm asking my siblings to do me a research. Do me a search real quick and give answer in chat. Was Bible Saul's deal? Was Bible Saul's deal? Hopefully they'll understand what I mean. Oh, and if they don't, they'll come in here and be like, what? Alright, Killian. Good day. Okay. Joshua. Nico. Master Mailer, is there anything I can do for you? Have you heard anyone in here talking about Otto's murder? Not just talking about it, but, you know. Like they had something to do with it? Oh no, I'd remember something like that. Then again, I try not to eavesdrop on conversations. I don't want to get yelled at or worse. Maybe you could find some more luck, but talking to people, Beryl always tends to buy around for everyone and you can have the run of the place. You'll be here for a while, though. Okay. Okay. So... Okay, Samuel. You have not given me anything, but you look rich as hell. Okay. So... if I buy everyone a drink, then they'll probably give me something, whether or not it's reliable. I want to take a peek around the forest first. Like a deal he made, or what was his thing in the Bible? What was his thing in the Bible? I've got something about, the sin of Saul. Like a... Okay, there's this nun that's like a mystic. So she gets visions and shit. And she said something about the sin of Saul. So I'm trying to figure out what the fuck that is. Shrine of Saint Satya. Okay, so it's... Haha, look at these flowers. Doesn't match the ones you picked up, we should keep looking. Okay. I wasn't sure. Figured I would look. Yeah, what was his dealio, not like a deal he made. These are also not it, but I'm going to look. These are red, they don't match. Those don't match. Salt mine. Are they the same ones? No, they're pink. Examine 10 flowers. Still not quite right. Yeah. The kid's grave, I'm assuming. Okay. Flowers. Not the ones, see the petals? Let's keep looking. Hi, Smokey. These are not right either. Not the ones you found. We keep looking. There must be a part of the forest we haven't looked at yet. Go back over all the edges, all the areas, and especially the edges. Okay, that's a good hint. Hello, you're looking well. Thank you, how are you? Well enough, I get this. Vasclav went his way a few years ago, which I suppose was bound to happen. He was the first king of Israel, but he was the only the king because the Israelites went to God and said they wanted a king, even though God said no, and God relented. Saul? That was Saul? I thought that was somebody else. I miss the company sometimes, but now there's no one to keep me from my gossip. No one to tell it to, either. I'm always partial to a few tidbits. Do tell. Half the years in tasking will be burning by the end. In chapter 13, Saul was given a direct command from the prophet Samuel not to sacrifice to God, to Yahweh, until Samuel had arrived. And instead of listening to the word of God, Saul took things into his own hands, performing the offerings without Samuel, and then when he was confronted, he refused to repent and ask for forgiveness. Okay. Okay. That's probably it. Okay. Okay. So, taking shit into your own hands while ignoring the word of God. Jesus, that could be so many fucking people. Okay. Nearly all of them in the Abbey. Oh? I did see another Imperial Reichspost courier arrive from the Abbey a few days ago. Private mail service run by the Thurn and Taxis family and approved by the Holy Roman Empire. Brother Guy dropped the bag once. It looked heavy. The Abbey must be doing better than the abbot is letting on. Does that happen often? Once or twice a month. Odd with what the abbot has been saying about the Abbey struggling. Doesn't help that the abbot has tightened restrictions so close to St. John's Eve, too. The houndsfolk get up to all sorts of mischief, then. What sort of mischief? I'd wager Johann and Kat will find some corner to play in again. Okay. It's practically tradition at this point. Veronica and Brigitte might go out for a midnight dip by the waterfall. They are together. Okay. They've been swimming out there for years. Now everyone's getting clever, trying to stay out from the abbot's eye. He's a formidable man. I didn't see you in the town commons during Otto's speeches. Aren't you standing with the peasants? Or their cause doesn't really affect me, does it? I'm as worried as anyone about soldiers rushing through here, but the new taxes and restrictions don't bother me. I understand why they're upset, but I've been doing fine out here with less than they have. Nothing will change for me if they get their way. You could still support them. I don't want to get involved. I'm fine as I am. Supporting them would be the proper Christian thing to do, I guess, but when have any of them done the Christian thing for me? You provide a useful service. Take pride in that. The Christian way is to help without expecting anything in return. It's the giving that counts. Provide a useful service. Take pride in that. Pride is a sin, Master Mailer. I mean, yeah. Fairness, decency. I've given them my work for years, but they refuse to treat me right. They mock me for my blind faith, since I have to keep a constant eye on the kiln for days on end and can't go to church as often. They laugh at the way I stink. I can't help that, you know? One must be even stronger of heart to forgive them of their follies. You know, you're right. You don't owe them shit. He doesn't, but like... I'm not sure I have it in me. Enough of that. Thanks for stopping by. Until later. I like Smokey. I think he's a good man. And I'm sad that people treat him bad. Because he does his job well. Okay. So, I've clearly missed something. Something about the edges. Okay. Aha! Oh! I think I see an opening behind these trees that leads to a deeper area of the forest. Could this be where that mysterious cartoon figure reigned when Otto was murdered? We should see where it leads. It could take a while, though. Okay, so I only have a day. I want to figure this out. Ready to see where it goes. Let's get going. Ah, here they are. What are these buildings? What is this place? Some kind of Roman ruin like the aqueduct in the meadow. I see. Here's the flowers. Finally, maybe we'll find something useful after all. Let's look around. Alright. What's this? A Roman depictor of a nymph. There's an inscription underneath, probably a dedication. I can't read Latin. I can't read Latin. Ah, shit. Italian, French, and English. Fuck. Fuck! Italian, French, and English. God damn it. Inside an aqueduct. Slatin is sloppily carved into the stone. That's odd. There's the outfit. What's it look like? Costume the killer was wearing when they ran past us. So much for us finding it in the home of the killer. Well, there's a clue in- perhaps there's a clue inside. Whoa! Casper, go get help. It's not a long drop, just get someone to bring a rope. I can't abandon you! Bringing me a rope isn't abandoning me. Oh, Bubby. Alright, well. Well, we're all wet, but I don't think I heard anything. I guess that really wasn't that long of a fall. Important thing is that we are not hurt. That's what I said, that's why I wanted you to get a rope. So you aren't hurt. Let's focus on getting out of here. I wish we had a little more light down here. I can't see a thing, can you? I'm gonna look around and see if I can find a way out. You are so handy. Look at you! I'm proud of you. Does this work? You are so incredible. I am impressed. I just remember how flammable these brush rags are. Why are you carrying around the flint and steel? You never know when you might need some fire. Of course. What is this place? A cistern. It must collect water from the spring to feed into the aqueduct. Aqueduct in the meadow? I suppose so. Then all we need to do is follow it back. Perhaps. Interesting. Okay. A lower aqueduct. So this is where I saw that person running from before. Looks like the tunnel collapsed here. Based on our orientation, this must head toward the town church. Is the church that old? As old as the Roman settlement? No, but many things in Tassing and Kiersall are built on what came before. Looks like there's a gap. Do you want me to try to squeeze through? I don't know, it seems risky. I don't know, it seems risky. I can do it. Alright, but be careful. I'm worried. But you clearly want to be helpful. Oh, you made it. You were gone longer than I expected. Are you alright? I think so. What did you find? I don't know, it was very dark, and I felt strange. It's not a way out. We'll just have to— What do you mean you felt strange? Like I wasn't supposed to be there, and it smelled strange, like something old. It's a very good thing you came out then. Now then, let's keep looking for a way out. Caspar is a treat. I love him. That's to the cistern. Okay. Hang on. Aha. Jump across. You good? Oh, good. Good job. Alright, so this is where we saw Upper Aqueduct in the convent. This is where the thing in the crypt goes. What is this? Where is this? This is in... It's a big grate. Maybe we can get out that way. Too high for either of us to reach. See if you can push it out of the way. Huh. Looks like a kitchen. The Abbey kitchen. I don't think so. It's big, though. Must be under the convent. No, I don't see any of the nuns. Okay, nothing. Where could they be? I doubt the sisters loiter in the kitchen all day long. Can you lift the gate? No. Too heavy. Big pot. Oh? There's something heavy above me. I can only lift it a little, and I don't think I can squeeze through. I might be able to reach... Fire poker. Okay, well now we have a fire poker. I got a fire poker. Hold on to it for now. Now I'm wondering what was in that other spot. It's a bit of a fucking walk to get back there. But I'm curious enough to go for it. Oh, we have to jump again. God fucking. Alright. And yeet! I assume... Oh! Alright. I assume this was how, Big George and Edina were meeting 7 years ago. Because they used to be meeting. I remember. Okay. Also makes sense that somebody managed to just, like, leap out of there. What's this? Where do you think this goes? It goes up, so it probably leads out. I don't think I can squeeze through that gap. We have the fire poker from the kitchen. Let's try to use it to move the rocks. Oh, that's something at least. I still hear something. You shouldn't come here during the day. I had to. The farmers are out for blood. And? Don't play stupid. We both wanted Otto gone. Okay. Now he is. I didn't kill him. Did you? Why would you ask me such a thing? Because of the note, you stupid cow. Because of the note that sent you into hysterics. You're behaving like a woman who committed a murder and is afraid of being caught. Stop. It doesn't matter. I don't care if you did or didn't. He's dead. The idiot peasants can beat the ground with their pitchforks and nothing will come of it. What about that artist Andreas? He could be a problem. Have you done anything to raise his suspicions? I don't think so. Good. Then just wait. Time will run out for Peter and the rest of his worthless kind. The abbot will stay in power. Pilgrims will keep coming to the shrine and staying at your inn. Yes, good. Thank you for putting my mind at ease. Be quiet. Go home. Don't come here again unless it's for a quick fuck. Great. If you want comfort, talk to your fat husband. Don't bother me with your hysteria. Of course, I'm sorry. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Wonder where else I can go in there, though. I'm glad we finally got out of there. It's a strange adventure. Do you think Mistress Hana could have killed Otto? She's only been pretending to care about the town's safety. She's only concerned with the shrine staying open. Why would that make her want to kill Otto? If the peasants overthrew the abbot, they might loot or destroy the shrine. Without the hand of St. Moritz, there's not much reason for pilgrims to travel to Kiersaw. Hardly be any visitors to the Golden Hand. Exactly. Now we know Hana has a motive. It's possible she'd kill to protect her family's inn. We need to talk to Nico and Killian just to see how committed she was. Let's go back to the Golden Hand and clean up. People will get suspicious if we walk around town like this. Okay. Okay. We have a little doodle of the hand. Okay. The miller. Even though Landhart was with Baltus and Werner when Otto was killed, I should still talk to him. He openly opposed Otto in the Commons. Okay. An uprising would have threatened pilgrim visits, which would have been disastrous for her thing. It's also clear she's having an affair with the miller. Okay. Hi, Killian. Do you have a moment? Sure, is there something wrong with your room? No, I want to know if you'd noticed anything lately odd about your mother. Odd how? Does she ask you to watch the inn by yourself very often? Sometimes I guess Dad and I look after the place more in the evenings when she gets tired, but lately she's been leaving during sext. She says she brings food over to the townsfolk and at the rat house. So I usually watch the inn until she gets back. There was one other time? Mom left in a hurry one night. When I was cleaning up around the bar, I found this note. Aha! He will destroy the abbey. Hell will swallow the hand of St. Moritz, the rat house after St. John's fire. Another note. I've seen several like this one. But what does it mean? St. John's fire. I wonder if that means the bonfire. Written in the same hand as the one 7 years ago. Couldn't have been left by any of the guests. The note would have been for one of your parents. Could have been for one of your parents then, but why? I don't know. I don't want anyone to destroy the abbey, even if the abbot is cruel to the peasants. I hope the note helps. Just don't tell Mom or Dad, right? This might have bigger connections than you think, Killian. I should get back to work. See you later. Okay. Nico. Hi. If it's not too forward, I was wondering if you would do my family the honor of joining us for a meal. I'd actually like to talk to you about your wife. Do you know what she gets up to over by the Roman ruins? Yes. Yes. It must be hard for you. Quite, but I love her, and I have to think of Killian. I just don't know what to do. I don't really understand her. I don't often understand my wife, either. What are we to do? Your marriage is going to be miserable. All I know is something has to change. If you think about it, you could just have affairs in return. An unhappy marriage is a wretched way to live. I know. Stand up to it and carve out some path towards happiness. I don't know how. Before you can solve your marriage, there's a bigger problem you need to think about. She's glad Otto died. Did you know that? Ugh. She has something for what Nico was going through. How does that not... I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Okay. She never said anything about that to you. She never did. Now please leave me be. Until then. Okay. Damn. Why does showing sympathy for him, like, not work in his face? Whatever. Alright, whatever. Thomas? Oh, Andreas, what have you come back to? This is awful, just awful. I should never have allowed Klaus to publish the 12 articles. This is what happens when common people get agitated by reading nonsense. Is that what you think of them? I spoke rashly. There is merit to the fundament of the 12 articles, of course. There is even merit in the ideas of Martin Luther, but I'm not about to advocate that the peasantry read his works. These pamphlets, these books can make people crazed, furious. Sister Amelie and I have seen what happens when good people become part of a mob. What do you mean? Before we came to Tassing, I was the priest at a town near a Benedictine convent. The town was full of good people, but the good people were whipped into a panic by an educated neighbor, the town doctor. He had read the Malleus Maleficarum. It had put ideas into his head. The witch hunting manual? The author was driven out of Innsbruck, wasn't he? Yes, the word of that had not reached our doctor. One thing the book's author and the doctor shared was a contempt for and hatred of women. In the convent, the doctor saw a coven of witches. In Sister Amelie, he saw not a mystic, but a woman possessed by evil spirits speaking out blasphemy. Surely the local magistrate didn't believe that. No, he did not, but that didn't matter. The doctor inflamed his neighbor's fears. No matter what I did, no matter what I said, it made no difference. They wouldn't listen to reason. They wouldn't even listen to scripture. In the dead of night, they gathered at the convent and set fire to it. Sister Amelie was lucky to escape with her life. The rest of the nuns were not as fortunate. So I'm all too aware of what can happen when a mob forms. I should have known it would happen again. This is my fault. You cannot blame yourself for this, Father. Why not? I share more than a small measure of responsibility. You'd think that Otto's death would have shocked the farmers into abandoning a hopeless cause. It's only inflamed them. It should never have come to this. The abbot should have known he was playing with fire. And what about Otto and Peter? What about Klaus? Shouldn't they have known? Peasants are being butchered all over Swabia. I just want this to stop before it gets any worse. I suppose there's no good fretting about what's already happened. I have to minister to the people of the town as best as I can, given the circumstances, and pray for the best. Speaking of which, I need to hear confessions for the townsfolk. It's a passing tradition after St. John's Eve, in case they got up to any mischief that can't wait until Easter. I suspect they'll be coming early in the morning. If you could excuse me, I need to prepare. Of course, Father. Early in the morning. What fucking time is it? Will this show me? 12 hours. Jesus Christ. No. Okay. Okay. So. Hoi. The Zimmerman house. Balthasar. Journal. Okay. Killian Berger gave me a note he found on the floor while cleaning. It suggested that Otto was going to destroy the Abbey and the Hand of St. Moritz. Okay. Yeah, the miller's been having an affair with the proprietress. Nico wouldn't tell me any specific about Otto's death, but he suggested a few drinks might loosen his customers' lips. Okay. Okay. Baltus. Okay. Eccentric inventor and successful investor from Nuremberg. Benjamin is a Jewish printer from Prague, husband of Rachel. Barbara is the wife of Leopold, daughter of Joshua, mother of Philip. Okay. George, is the biggest man in town, married to Veronica. Brigida and Veronica are having a close friends. Close friends. They're fucking. Second wife of Peter Gerner. Known for her kindness and concern for her husband's health. Second wife of Peter. Did I know she was the second wife of Peter? Okay. Klaus Drucker is the Tassing town printer and widower to his wife, Marie. Although Tassing is an unusual place for a printing press, he does bricks trade with pilgrims and other travelers on the Imperial Road. His first son, Berthold, died to an illness. He's raising his only daughter, Magdalene, alone. Elsa, wife of Linhard Miller and mother of Paul. Elsa largely keeps to herself in the Miller home. Miller home? Miller, whatever. Many peasants and townsfolk consider her to be one of the kindest people in town. Endris, is the blacksmith, works in town. Ava, daughter of Peter and his late wife, Christine. Ava was largely raised by her brother and father, married to Otto, town carpenter. She has one son, Otz. Fabian, farmer and very tall son of the elderly Rauch. Brother Florian, used to be a mercenary in Poland. Works in the infirmary. They're gonna know. Known in the Abbey as a disciplinarian and in town as a harsh landlord, he's struggling to fund the Abbey as the scriptorium no longer generates much money. Wife of Ulrich and mother of Anna. Gretchen assists her husband in the town bakery. A Burgundian scribe, Brother Guy is respected for his swift hand, but generally disliked for his mean spirit and two-faced sycophantic behavior. Father Gounod trusts Guy with writing the Abbey's most important documents. Wife of Nico, co-proprietor, having an affair. Hans Bauer, Johann Bauer. Son of Johann and Hetty, brother of Veronica. Hans is a quiet boy and reasonably well liked. He's not known for being particularly bright. Hetty, mother of Veronica and Hans. Townsfolk like Hetty, but she is known for being loud and brash and for drinking too much, which makes her louder and even more brash. Helena, wife of Karl, mother of Anton. So Helena and Johann, I think, are having... Or no. It's Johann and Kat? I think it's Johann and Kat are having an affair. Peter's perpetually on death's door but continues to work the field in spite of it. He is the oldest man in town. Mother Illuminata. Formerly Kirsaw's librarian. Assumed leadership of Kirsaw's nuns following the death of Mother Cecilia. Joshua Braun. Farmer and pilgrim from Muldorf. Father of Barbara. Grandfather of Philip. Karl Pfeiffer. Husband of Helena, father of Anton and Marta. Mid-40s, straight-bound, gray hair, stubble, average height, strong. Kat, widower of Franz Bauer, mother of Martin. Kat adores her son since his return to Tassing. Killian, dutiful son of Nico and Hannah. Lenhard, town miller, one of Tassing's wealthiest citizens. He's widely disliked for his heavy tolls and cruel manner. Leuthold, husband of Barbara, staying at the inn. Brother Lucas, Kitchener for the monks of the Abbey, works with Brother Voslav. Lucky, stonemason of Tassing, husband of Agnes, known for strength. Magdalene, daughter of Klaus and the late Marie, sister of the late Berthold. There's so many fucking people. Okay. Timid co-proprietor of the Golden Hand, husband to Hannah, father of Killian. Ottilia the widow. Otto, murdered. Married to Ava and father of Otz. Otz, son of Ava and Otto, nicknamed after the Otz Valley to differentiate from him from his father and late grandfather. Coit, son of the town miller, Lendhart and Else. Philip Little Goat Ox, son of Barbara. Hand swelled after he fell on a nail. When his mother prayed for a miracle, he recovered. Okay. Brother Rudiger, cantor for the monks, known for his fine singing voice. Oi. Oi! Boleslav, Bohemian cellarer for the monks of Kiersaw, generally well regarded by his brothers, supervises brothers Volkbert and Lucas. Novice of Kiersaw, given odd jobs around the abbey, known for his innocence and naivety. Bohemian nun, assistant to Mother Illuminata in the library. She has a markedly impious attitude towards life at Kiersaw. Yeah. Hoy! All these fucking saints! Saul, the first monarch of Israel. According to the Old Testament, Saul was divinely rejected from the kingship after disobeying the prophet Samuel's instructions. Okay, yeah, so that's what Treble said in chat. Jesus, okay. What are we gonna do now? Okay. I should finish the miller. You must know something. I can ask around the Golden Hand to learn what the burghers have known from locals and travelers. I also need to search the forest to find the flowers. So I found the flowers. I know where they went. I don't know who that was, though. You know what? I want to go. Nope. I went the wrong way again. I want to go back to the forest really quick. Because I didn't follow that too as far as I could. So I want to do that first, really quick. Even though it'll take me an absolute fucking millennia. Oh, I can't go back. Okay, can I get back the other way? May I return, please? And if it doesn't let me, we'll go to the mill next. No! Okay, I can't go back. Damn. Okay. Wish I had. Hi, Elsa. Hello. Forgive me, I've forgotten your name. Andreas Maller, master artist. You must be Miller and the miller's wife. Yes, that's me. My husband has been talking about your arrival. We're pleased you've done so well for yourself. I see the mill's been doing well. Thank you. I see the mill's been doing well. Lenhart works relentlessly to keep it in good condition. He's very proud of it. It's unique in these parts, inspired by the designs used in the north. So it's very profitable, too, and that's important to Lenhart. Who is this young man? Caspar, my apprentice. Hello, mistress. You must meet my darling Paul. He would love to meet someone his age pursuing art, just not where Lenhart can see. Ah. I'm sure we can arrange that. That would be delightful. Thank you both. You're most welcome. I must now return to my work until later. Of course. I will always encourage your son to do things behind his father's back. Hi, Paul. Hello, Master Mailer. You're Paul. I don't think we spoke last time I was in Tassing. I was just a kid then. How are you doing? I'm alright. Dad keeps talking about his new hunting rifle. It scares me. Oh. I understand. While we were traveling, we saw rows of soldiers carrying rifles. The sight scared me too. It's alright to be afraid sometimes. Dad says that if you show your fear, you're a coward and people will take advantage of you. Your father is wrong. Shh. Don't talk so loud. I need to go. Forget anything I said, please. Until later. Okay. Okay. My dog. Staub. Big greyhound. Big boy. Alright. Andreas, welcome back to Tassing, although perhaps it is not so welcome, given you arrived just in time for another murder. Quite unfortunate timing for you. Quite fortunate for you, given your meal with Baltus and Dr. Stoles. Maybe it's a good thing I was here. Quite fortunate for you, given your meal. You too. I understand Peter thinking the worst of me, but why would I kill Otto? Why would I kill Ava's husband? What does Otto being Ava's husband have to do with anything? I don't know. Maybe there was something between you. What does that have to... She's one of the only decent peasants in Tassing. And she married up. A carpenter is more respectable than a farmer. Oh. Anyway, that's not the point. Point is that even if I disagreed with Otto, I wouldn't kill him. In any case, if you get tired of investigating, my door is open. If you'd like to join my family for a meal, or see the mountains, let me know. Probably should eat something now that you mention it. Excellent. Okay. So glad you could join us, and your apprentice, Caspar. Caspar, welcome. Welcome. I hope you'll enjoy everything I've prepared this evening. And hard would you pray before the meal? Who else would? You, Paul, our guests? I apologize. Lenhart, Master Mailer, forgive me. It's not a problem. Ah, so he's an absolute fucking dick. Cool. Must say, Andreas, I'm sorry I never had you eat with us on your first visit. I was preoccupied running the mill. Right, preoccupied. You know how busy your father is, Paul. Lenhart is always working on something. Wandering artist and not even a master at that held no interest for you. I want to get on his good side. So much easier to manage now with the windmill. It's the only one in Bavaria, you know. Well, I've remedied that little lapse in courtesy now. You're getting the best I have to offer. And the best I have to offer is the best in Tassing. Venison custard pie. Eat that first. When you have some time, you should come hunting with me up in the mountains. It's exhilarating. Is that legal? I imagine it's heavily restricted even in Upper Bavaria. I'll think about it. Good. Even enough about Tassing. Tell me how you've made that fortune. How is life in Nuremberg? I have opened a workshop and my wife and I live quite comfortably in Nuremberg. Without that wife around, you can get up to all sorts of fun while you're here in Tassing. Jesus fuck. There are plenty of willing parties if you know what to do. Prefer my art, thank you. Well, you're certainly a man passionate about his work if you've made so much of yourself in such a short time. The peasants around here could learn a thing or two from you. No one here even knows what work is anymore. Of course, I'm raising Paul to be better than all that. The boy's got to have higher aspirations. What do you want to do, Paul? I want to learn to run the mill like my dad. Of course you do. You know your place. Great. Anyway, I'm glad you've come back to Tassing, given some real conversation at last. Have you been busy investigating the murder? What business is it of yours? Yes, and I haven't much time to give Peter a suspect. With any luck, the Duke will send soldiers here before Peter escalates things further. I certainly hope this all ends before there's more violence. Maybe the peasants need a little taste of violence to put them in their place. Jesus fuck. I hate this guy. One would think our peasants could learn from the failures in Swabia, but, well, God didn't really fashion them for thinking, did he? The peasants are in a hard spot, especially given the new restrictions. I don't think they're the problem. It's hard to understand the intricacies of the situation. Don't be obtuse, it's simple to understand. Now that Peter is leading the mob, there's no sense to be made of any of it. He's just out for revenge. Ulrich says that what the abbot is doing isn't Christian. Are you going to tell the abbot of all people what's not Christian, Paul? The abbey is entitled to profit from the land it owns and retain what it produces, just as we do. I think Paul is speaking of Ulrich's opinions, not his own. You really ought to give him more credit. Paul takes after his father in precision of thought. That is very... Paul takes after his father. You may be right. Had my fill, and I hate to keep you from your work with more idle chatter, Andreas. Andreas, you really must come hunting with me. It'll be a day you won't ever forget. A hunt hardly seems appropriate. If it would help, I can tell you what I know, and I know a fair deal. Alright. There's no need to rush off after a meal, so speak to me again when you're rested and ready to go. Jesus Christ. I have 10 hours. Okay. Okay. I don't think it was the miller. I don't think it was any of these people, to be entirely fucking honest with you. Paul. Maybe I can find time for you when your father isn't around. Alright. Fuck. First thing in the morning, actually, I want to come here and listen to Confession. Middle of the night. Andreas, get up. Jesus fuck. Why? What's happened now? We're finishing this. You're needed in the commons. Let's go. We'll be asking the questions, Mailer. Alright, we'll be along. I thought we had hours and hours to go still. Casper, wake up. What's happening? It's the middle of the night. Something's happening in the commons. Peter and the others want us there. Will we be alright? I won't let anything happen to you. We will be fine. Now that everyone's here, we can start. Start what? We're holding a trial for Otto's murderer. You're the one with the evidence. A Vemic court is the best way to handle this. What about the law? We should wait for a judge, not for ourselves. A Vemic court is the best way to handle this. What does that mean? Duchy of the Holy Empire. It's ruled by the Bishop of Cologne, one of the most powerful prince-electors. It's also called silent courts or courts of punishment. These are Westphalian courts overseen by lay judges who can pronounce and execute capital punishment on behalf of the emperor. They have a dark reputation for vigilantism. Why are you mad? What about the law? We should wait for a judge. We don't have the time. While we have the abbot, we can find justice on our own terms. If we lose this advantage, Father Gurno will make sure that no one investigates Otto's death. What have you found? We're all waiting. I barely had a day to investigate. I can hardly come to a conclusion so soon. This isn't fair. Better fucking decide, or you can watch the damned abbey go up in flames. Be quiet. I have a woman in labor right next door. This behavior is shameful. Good. She loses her child because of the fighting. It will be on your souls. Yes, Agnes is right. I know you want justice for my husband, for your friend, but I don't want things to get worse than they already are. Please, Dad, give Andreas a little more time. Fine. Andreas, you've got until that baby is born. Oh my god. Work fast. Great. Tristan, good evening. Is it customary in Tassing that the people gather in the commons in the middle of the night? We do what needs to be done when it needs to be done. Who's asking? My name is Tristan von Frauenberg. I'm here on behalf of the Duke of Bavaria. Duke is aware that you have been distributing and discussing the 12 articles. Ugh. He's also aware that you've been disputing conditions of taxation and land use with the abbot. The Duke is merciful. He does not seek to punish Tassing for these disputes. But his mercy has limits. The Duke has become aware that you have imprisoned the abbot and monks of Kearsall within the abbey. This is insult. This is rebellion. For this, there can be neither tolerance nor mercy. You have until sunset tomorrow to vacate Kearsall Abbey and release the abbot and all of the monks. If this is not done, the Duke's soldiers will enter the town and the abbey in force. As certain as night follows day, they will kill every man and boy who stands in their way. We never wanted to threaten the abbot. He wouldn't listen to our demands. We're starving. Such efforts were necessary since the townsfolk are also suffering under the abbot's increased taxes. Duke aware of the complaints and finds some merit in them. I believe some concessions can be made regarding the death tax and use of the forest for wood. Of course, only under the strict condition that the abbot is released unharmed. What about the right to use the woods for grazing, for fishing? The Duke is unwilling to make additional concessions. You can release the abbot and take what is offered, or you can remain defiant and face the consequences. It will yield you little, save steel and fire. Sunset tomorrow. Great. Great. Alright. Alright. We have until sunset. Hello. The labyrinth the church is named after. Alright. Hi, Thomas. Andreas, I don't suppose you've come for our local St. John's Day confession. I have to give priority to the locals, of course, but if you want to wait a few hours, I can hear you. You don't have to, of course, but I would be remiss if I didn't offer. Sounds just fine to me. Through everyone, but you're welcome to stay and pray, and I will listen in. Benedictite. Bless you. Dominus sit viscum. The Lord be with you. I confess to God and the Blessed Virgin, Blessed Mary, ever Virgin, to blessed Michael the Archangel, and blessed John the Baptist, and the holy apostles Peter and Paul, and Blessed and Cassian, and blessed Juvenal, along with the saints and you, Father, through my fault. Oh, buddy. I disobeyed my father to go down to the ruins to draw. How many times? 3. Must have known it was wrong every time. Why did you keep doing it? I don't know. I just think it's a stupid rule. He's right, it's stupid. It is. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It is a stupid rule. I had impure thoughts about a girl. How many times? I don't think I can remember a lot. Alright. Anything else? Father, I need to say it quietly. That's fine, Paul. I don't think I need to do this. Can't hear what they're saying. That's fine. To our fathers. Alright. Dear Lord Jesus Christ, absolve you and I by his authority. Cool. But I absolve you from your sins in the name of the Father. Didn't seem very helpful. I confess, Gret. I argued with my husband about his support of the peasants. Ulrich is the head of your household. It's not sinful for you to disagree about things. He moved away from her. It's a serious matter. The peasants are trying to change the way things have always been. People try to change a place's way of life. They are playing with fire, with sin. Is Ulrich's soul in danger? I know Ulrich is a good Christian, but I worry that the peasants will become violent. I thought Otto's death might shock the peasants into abandoning their cause, but it only inflamed them. Poor Otto. Do you think Gret could have killed Otto? She was at the scene right when we arrived and still in her costume. We saw it was almost certainly the killer past us in the woods. It's not possible for her to have been in both places at once. You're so smart. It's alright, Gret. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said anything. I'm here to listen to your confession. I appreciate it. It's between disagreeing and disobeying. God wants our families to be in harmony, but there is room for disagreement, especially on something so important. For your penance, say 2 Hail Marys and an All Father. There you go. More of that. Be our luck if the killer had no conscience about this whatsoever. It would be just our luck if the killer had no conscience whatsoever. Jesus fuck, that's true though. We may get lucky. To confess, Anna. This will be a waste of time. We cannot pick who comes to confession. How did you do that? I waited until the bonfire and then I went out and just took things when people weren't looking. It's a serious sin, Anna. From what did you steal and from whom? A candle from Agnes's house. I took a cup from Johann Bauer's house. And a letter from Martin Bauer's house. Why haven't I haven't even taught you to read yet. I don't know. It just looked fancy and the ink was a pretty color. Nope. Why would Martin have a fancy letter? Uh-huh. Still at the Albans, maybe I can find it. Say nothing. You have to return them, all of them, and you have to apologize to the people you stole from. You probably don't even know they're gone. No, and if you keep this up, you're going to wind up like Martin Bauer did. Martin found God and his family again, but not every wayward child's story ends as happily as that of the prodigal son. I'm sorry, Father. Apologize to God and the people you stole from. As additional penance, say 5 Hail Marys and 5 Our Father. Yeah. Okay, so that's information. Martin also got a letter. You were just here for Easter. Don't tell me well, I laid with my late brother's wife on St. John's Eve. I knew it. Fuck. Johann. What? Oh, that was unexpected. This is the third year This is the third year in a row. Please keep your voice down. Go light a candle. Three times in 3 years, Johann. I don't mean for it to happen. We just get carried away by St. John's bonfire. Don't you bring St. John into this? Sorry, Father. This has to stop. God's forgiveness is limitless, but you must truly repent for your sin. I don't know what's in your heart, but he does. If you do not recognize the sin in yourself, you are as far from salvation as we are from Jerusalem. I say 5 decades. 5 decades of Hail Marys, and don't forget the Our Fathers. 5! That'll take forever, Father. You'll burn in the fires of hell forever if you don't stop this, Johann. Look, I think it's funny. That's why I wanted that. I can't spare a confession. I can't spare a confession. Money. Yeah. Right now, I'm really sorry. It's alright. You don't need to give me anything. More important to help your family right now. Thank you, Father. Father, if I die, I mean, if the soldiers kill me, will I go to hell? I don't know. Please don't let it come to that for everyone's sake. I'll do what I can. Jesus. I wanted the tea. I was so curious. I wanted the tea and I got it. Well, what did they say? Johann has done this twice before. Entertaining, but not useful. Sorry, Master Andreas. Maybe the next one will go better. Oh, that's so fucking funny. Alright. Andreas, it's your turn. Alright. Just wait here, Casper. Alright. Go on, you can do this. Moved right to the confession part, Father. It's been a long day. I think God will understand, but make it good. What would you like to confess, Andreas? Covetousness. Covetousness. Same as always, books, manuscripts, and printed volumes alike, on any and every subject. The desire for knowledge is not necessarily sinful. Many of the townsfolk have even started to buy books from the Druckers on their own. But I can't stop, Father. I have dozens, perhaps 100 of them. I haven't even read most of them. I had access to the greatest manuscripts of British abbeys, and there is no end to the books produced by the printers of Fleet Street. There are greater sins, Andreas, though I wonder how easily the mind could be infected by what's printed in some of these books. But why do engage in this pursuit if it is more of a compulsion than a pleasure? My work no longer brings me any enjoyment. There is no pleasure in painting. Portraits, altarpieces, religious artwork with the client's families placed prominently in the corner. All pomp and vanity, monuments to the powerful as they wanted to be seen. It seems that wealth and fame are not as nourishing as you might have hoped. I am lost, Father. You must not lose hope, Andreas. Look for God in your heart and you will find him. It grieves me to hear that you are in pain and this pain is leading you to error. I cannot know what course will lead you to happiness, but God does. When you return to Nuremberg, seek counsel from your wife and from your priest. My wife is... I don't know, Father. I see. It seems you have many problems to work through. For penance, say 3 Hail Marys and 2 Our Fathers. Yes, yes. And when you feel despair, remember that hopelessness is among the gravest sins of God. It offends him because no matter how dire things may seem, there is always salvation through Christ's sacrifice. Alright. I should have probably gone and listened in a little closer to Paul. But it was probably, I fucking hate my father and I wish he was dead. So. Alright. I don't remember how many he said to do. Oh god. Yeah. There we go. 3 Hail Marys, 2 Lord's Prayers. Do your penance. He fell asleep. Come on, Caspar. Caspar, come on. Come on. Hi, Amelie. Are you alright? I'm fine. My body pains me, but my spirit soars. The spirit is the more important part. Always. You were listening to their confessions, weren't you? I was hoping to learn something about Otto's murder. Many tell their confessors what they wish they wouldn't speak to their closest loved ones. Did you hear something we missed? Sounded like a waste of time to me. No, not today, but I did hear someone else confessing in here the other day. Brother Guy came in here to confess to Father Thomas. Right after he was talking to us. Brother Guy wanted to confess to Father Thomas for 2 reasons. First, he was confessing about stealing money from the Abbey. Wow. I can see why he wouldn't want to confess that to the abbot. He knew Father Thomas was becoming suspicious of his role in managing the abbot's money. If Brother Guy confessed to him, Father Thomas would be bound to secrecy by the seal of confession. Also said Otto Zimmermann confronted him about the Abbey's finances when he was doing repairs. Otto saw Brother Guy writing the Abbey's ledger and he demanded to see it. Otto said he'd prove the Abbey was hoarding money one way or the other. That doesn't sound good. Sounds like Guy had a motive to see Otto dead. Why are you telling us this? I'm just a woman, dead to the world, abiding in this cell, but I still have eyes that see and ears that hear. Brother Guy has abused the trust of Father Guerneau and Father Thomas both. And in doing so, he has profaned the sacrament of confession to shield himself from justice. This is the least I can do. We will do what we can to see that Guy's misdeeds come to light. Alright. Oh! Well, what should we do now? Need to find that ledger and evidence of Guy's misdeeds. If Otto forced the abbot to review their ledger, the abbot would realize that Guy was stealing money from the abbot. He had motive to silence Otto permanently. We just have to search the abbey until we find it. It's possible some of the brothers and sisters may be able to assist us as well. Okay. Let's go to the abbey. That feels... Look, genuinely, that feels the most on point. Not just because, like, down with religion, but, like, also... the church is an establishment that I don't agree with. However, of everyone, Monastery. No. No, I didn't want to come here. I'm in the wrong place! Everyone's still hiding. This is not where I wanted to be. Oh, okay. Oh, breaking shit. Peter's ordered everyone to keep out of the library, including you, Andreas. It's fine. I know how to get in there secretly. Not even the crypt was spared from the looting. Good thing I know a secret way. Hi. Assholes. Who is there? Is it you, Lord? Come to claim my soul? No, Andreas. It's Andreas, Brother Adok. Dear boy, are you ill? I am fine. The escape to the library left me out of breath. Oh no, I feel aches, a heavy heart, but it will pass if God wills it. Could someone help you, Florian? Or do not concern yourself with me, Andreas. The others... Make sure the others are well. I will do what I can. Good. Okay. God. Okay. Hi. God bless you, Andreas. Has anything new come to light in the investigation of Otto's death? I must speak with you urgently about Brother Guy. Now is really not the time to discuss the enmity between you two. It's hardly appropriate. Guy's been stealing from the Abbey. Pardon me? I must not have heard you right. Sister Amelie overheard Guy confessing as much to Father Thomas. That's preposterous. I am the brother's confessor. What would he need to have confessed to Father Thomas? A sin weighed on his conscience. He wouldn't tell you because he knew you'd be furious. May give in to unkind impulses, but that does not make him a thief. What was he purported to have stolen? Money, and a lot of it. Found something strange in the Abbey's ledger that might corroborate the sister's story. I'm still working on decoding it. This is a ploy to cover for your own crimes against Kearsall. Why the fuck would I do this? Do you even hear yourself? Does the Abbey's financial situation not seem suspiciously dire to you? Closing the scriptorium lost you some income, but your taxes are bleeding the peasants dry. For all of Kearsall's challenges, you should have more money in your coffers now, not less. His theft could have endangered the Abbey. I apologize. I cannot make heads nor tails of Guy's accounting system. Its complexity is beyond me. You believe Sister Amelie heard Guy correctly. She did not imagine it. She said Otto knew about his theft. She's not entirely reliable. She was cogent. She said Otto knew of it. You can't think he killed Otto. I don't believe it. He wouldn't. He might. He's never much like the peasants, but murder! I don't think violence of that kind is in his nature. I know his heart. You couldn't have made a mistake. Are you certain? These are not the kinds of mistakes I make. No, I suppose not. It never ends, does it? These times are so dark, Andreas. Even with the Lord's light to guide us, I do not know how we will go on when this is through. Is there some proof you can offer me of Guy's theft? Evidence of where the money's gone? Curious scrap of paper in the ledger, but nothing more. I haven't been able to find any evidence of what Guy's done with the funds. Very well. There's little I can do about this now, but should we survive the coming days, the consequences for Brother Guy will be dire. Thank you. I'm sorry this came to light the way that it did. Whatever you think of me and my intentions, I do care for Kearsall. We have not always seen eye to eye, but I have never doubted your care for this place. In that, at least, we are aligned. One final thing, have you spoken with him about this? No, not yet. So he doesn't know he's been found out. Very well. Go with God, now more than ever. You as well, Father. Interesting that he did not ask. Brother Florian. Andreas Mailer. I am as always glad to see you, but surely you have put yourself at risk by sneaking in here. You cannot keep yourself out of danger and trouble, can you? I seem to have a knack for me. It's the trouble that finds me, not the otherwise. So it may seem, but you ought to trust in Providence. It is your wits that we need once again, and so God has delivered you here. Still, I must ask, why have you come to the library? Investigating his murder has led me here. Certainly it is not the abbot, we all know that. Certainly you cannot think so. Do you expect someone else here? An outcome for which I don't blame you, Andreas, but it bodes ill. I just needed to talk to somebody. I hope you will solve the matter with haste, for we are surely not out of danger. Peasants are on edge and we are stuck. You fear they truly want more violence. They may not be trained soldiers, but it does not take much military acumen to burn down a building full of books. If they hurt the abbot or damage the abbey, the Duke's armies will not show leniency. Believe me, a direct confrontation with real soldiers will end in slaughter. You've said much about the peasants, but what of you and your brothers? I am, well, Andreas, I've been through worse. The Battle of the Cosmin, the Siege of Dornick Castle, death and suffering. Too much of that, perhaps, for a young mind. Long enough ago by now, here, others who hold my attention. I worry about Volkbert and Rudiger. They are gentle people not able to withstand this terror and violence. But I'm especially worried about Adok. I tried talking to him, he didn't look good. He is old and frail, and his health has grown worse since we fled here. He remarks of pains of the chest. I'm cut off from my tools, and were it not so, I'm unsure of what might help against his affliction. Perhaps Salvius, Salvatrix, or Peppers. I'm willing to do what I can to help. You are of good of heart. Asking Sister Gertrude might be most prudent. She knows the plants best. Be safe. I will. I will ask her. Lucas? Keep yourself safe. Hi, Volkbert. Oh. It's going to be alright. How can you know that, Lucas? Trust in Providence, brother. The Lord guides us through against men. They're going to hurt us. They won't. Look, Andreas is here. He will help. Yes, I will help in any way I can. It's all looking better already. God has sent us a mediator. I don't want to die. You're not going to. We all will. No, please. Volkbert, peace and calm. Think of the heavenly realms above us, where angels sing praise to our Lord every day. Will I join them if I die? We all join the choir one day, but you won't die here. Listen to Andreas. He will help us. Anything odd around the abbey? I'm usually busy in the kitchen. Maybe. I did see him go into the abattoir the other day, near Vespers. Abattoir is a slaughterhouse. Okay. Yeah. He had a book with him. Nothing strange about seeing Brother Guy with a book, but he doesn't go into the abattoir. He doesn't even go into the animal pens. That's for me and Brother Volslav. I see. Thank you. What does this mean for Brother Guy? No need to worry. I appreciate the help. God save us. Okay. Matthew. God bless you, Andreas. And your gay lover. God, you are so freaked. Yeah, you're just doing Kyries. What is that poem? It's a Kyrie. It is an old song from his home, Andreas. I think it soothes him. I like it. Song meant for times of need, and I believe we are indeed in need at this time. I worry about Brother Rudiger. He has been deep in prayer ever since we fled into the library. All this violence and strife does not conform with his gentle soul. It will be alright. This is a harsh world. Really should have known something like this would happen. It will be okay. You'll find out who killed Otto, won't you? I have to. There's too much at stake. Why don't you sing for the others to hear? Yes, all of your brothers. You're the cantor. Yours is the voice that leads them. I don't know. You can do it. I believe in you, and Matthew believes in you. We all do. Suppose I can try. Good. Vladislav, do you have a moment? I was hoping to ask you about Brother Guy. What about him? Has he been doing anything odd lately? I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean. I think he may have reason to kill Otto. That's a grave accusation. Do you have any evidence? Sister Amelie overheard him confessing to Father Thomas. That doesn't make any sense. He makes his confession to Father Gurneau. He confessed he'd stolen money from the abbey and that Otto knew about it. Sister Amelie is a mystic, a troubled woman. You don't believe her. Has visions that are hard to interpret, but if there is some truth to it, this does not bode well for the abbey. Just tell me so I have something to tell Peter. So you implicate one of the brothers in Otto's death? No, Andreas, not for your convenience. Enough of this, God bless you. I didn't mean it like that, dude. Okay. We are going! We are going. Yes, I just went over there. It's fine. Enter the garden. No. Not the way I wanted to go. Yes, the cloister. Let's go cloister, garden. Or kitchen. It's all the same. Garden. Oh, no. What is this? Animal pens. There we go. The abattoir should be... here somewhere. Here we go. A book? Why is there a book out here? Wonder which work it is. Looks like the Book of Exorcism and Occultism. Holy shit! More of this? The writing is in French. Wood from his door, linen and wax for candles. Sounds like ingredients. I know who speaks Burgundian French is Brother Guy. Whatever this text was for, it certainly has no place in the Abbey. There's a loose page here. He was cursing Otto! Muriel, Otto. It's a summoning circle, but why? Le basson de s'enfuir. I don't know what the fuck that means. Hasil, North, Astaroth, Sismail? And I assume that's... Sismail. Camoy. Ah, okay. Belferith. Okay, so I... I recognize two names on here. Camoy is also a name for, Camillo. Astaroth. Duh. I'm assuming Sismail is, Samael. Okay, there doesn't appear to be anything else. That's fucking wild. A necromancy manual! What the fuck? Why? Okay, so... even wilder. Florian told me that Brother Adolf's health is a specific medicinal plant. Speak with Sister Gertrude. Normally heard Guy's confession. Some of the handwritten notes in the necromancy book use Burgundian terms. It's the only person at Kiersau from Burgundy. Must be the one who wrote in it. Jesus Christ. I would not be surprised if, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if, oh... if Brother Ferenc was still alive, if the prior from the previous chapter was still alive, he could decode this because he also liked occultism. Oh, so if we might not be able to read through this without him. Ooh, okay. First off, ma'am. Alright, first off, we gotta get to the nun. Sophie? Hello. God bless you, Master Mailer. It's good to see you again. And you. You've taken good care of it. I know it's been some time, but I must remind you of my vows. I cannot speak with men. Forgive me. Oh, I just wanted to compliment you. It's okay. Matilda. Margaret. Gertrude. Bless you, Andreas. I need your assistance. Brother Adolf is of ill health. He's very weak, has trouble breathing, and remarks of pain in his chest and heart. That is very troubling indeed, let me think. Saint Hildegard recommends yellow gentian, but we currently have none in the herb hut. Mostly grows higher up in the mountain, but there may be a few in the forest. If you bring me some, I can mix it up in a curative broth. May God shine upon your mercy. Okay. I wonder if that's what the thing is. We'll find somewhere in the forest. Okay. Let's go forest. It'd be great to know what it looked like. And forest. Okay. So something yellow. I assume it's not that. No. Okay. Sensatia. No. Okay, we can't go over there still. Which means it's not there. Perhaps it is down here. Epileptic leaves. This might be the one. Attention to Lady Gertrude. Sister Gertrude. Yeah. I keep wondering if there's gonna be something new there. Alright. Let's get back up. No, okay. Okay. Alright. Alright. And Sister Gertrude. Sister! I found it, I think. Yes, I have it. Grace of our Lord, fortunately these are a fair bit dry already. Best to grind and mix them into a broth with a few other herbs for calming the body. It will take a bit of time, come back later. Until then. Perfect! Alright. So... duplicitous accounts. Okay, I have to take that back to the guy anyway. A few drunks... ending in the mountains, that hardly seems like an appropriate time for such shite. Maybe we'll let something slip over away. Soldiers are surrounding Tassing. I only have until the end of the day to finish my investigation. I need to act quickly to have convinced the mob the abbot is innocent. Some of the farmers barged into our room and dragged us to the commons to demand I give them the killer's identity. Mob was interrupted by Agnes, who shamed them for relenting for the benefit of Rachel's unborn child. The evening was punctuated by the arrival of the Duke's herald. Unless the abbot is released before sundown tomorrow. What? What time is it? 11 hours. Okay. So... I can break fast with... not break my fast. Have a meal with the nun. I can have a meal there. Let's do this. I was hoping you would come by. Hello, Mother Illuminata. Did you need me for something? Hesitant to distract you from your investigation, I do not often leave the confines of Kirsal even in the best of times, which these are decidedly not. I'll help in any way I can. God bless you. As our brothers are trapped in library, it is unlikely they have received any nourishment. You need me to bring them food? The peasants are unruly. I need you to guide the sisters past them through the crypt and up to the brothers. Yes, the secret entrance. I see you remember it well enough. Good thing the peasants have not found it. Sisters will say it needs to be tended to after all the mayhem that transpired there. Escort them and the food to the brothers in the library and return when you are finished. Very clever. Naturally, I'll do it. Hush. Hey, no one's supposed to be in the church. What are you doing here? Of your mess. The sisters are trying to do their jobs. What are you talking about? In the crypt and say prayers for the abbots and abbesses buried there. Assuming you haven't looted all their tombs as well. And Peter told me not to let anyone in the church. Come on, it's not like the sisters are hiding anything up their skirts. First storming through the monastery and now stopping the sisters from doing their ordained duty. Are you trying to put your soul at risk, Carl? That's not fair. You know the abbot is putting us all at risk by keeping the holy relic from us. You forget that the Lord instructs us to turn the other cheek. Would you really harm the sisters like this? And just Anton to obey him. Okay. I mean, alright, just down to the crypt and back. God bless you, Carl. Thank you, Andreas. Don't have much time. Shh. How did you get past the peasants? Hello? Thought you might be hungry and Andreas agreed to bring us here. Take Satya. Good. Sisters, what's going on outside? We've seen little and heard little less. We've seen little firsthand from the convent. Everything is under control. Everything is under control. Mostly. Come on, let's eat. We will explain everything. Of course not. Thank you for the meal, sisters, but we must keep to custom. This is a very strange circumstance, Father. Keep Carl thinking we're cleaning the crypt after all. Thank you for blessing us with this meal, sisters. I'm sure it will restore our strength and vigor. These old bones don't have any vigor left, and a meal probably won't help. Being stuck in the drafty library isn't doing any good either. Don't think you've ever had any vigor, old man. Ha! I'm sure you won't have to remain here long. Andreas was very helpful in getting us past the Watchman Peter set. Just glad I get help. She planned it all. Need some time away from the townsfolk. Mother Illuminata planned it all. She was very thorough in her preparations. How long will we be stuck in this drafty old tower? I need Gertrude's medicines. I'm sure I can deliver them. Have you found any evidence as to who really killed Otto, Andreas? I do have my suspicions, but I can't confirm anyone yet. I'm more focused on Peter from Britain. I can't confirm anything yet. I'm doing my best, Father. Please have patience. It's not your neck on the line. It is, in fact. But a good meal settles the nerves as well as any medicine. There's an awful lot of crashing last night. Was anyone hurt? Church and sacristy. Just drunk on the sacramental wine. Oh, but there will be some holy hangovers tomorrow. Oh no. Brother Matthew, calm yourself. Can replace everything, Matthew. That's not the point. Great sin. Have you any idea who the real killer might be? I have a few ideas. I think I saw the murderer running away that night. I could be very helpful in your investigation. What do you think you saw? They were wearing a festival costume, I think, so it might have been one of Can't have been one of the brothers then. And dark hair, too. Definitely not one of the brothers. Thank you, I'll look into it. I'll want you to catch the one really responsible for the crime. All safe and well. Oh, God. Yeah, they've been... She's a sister. Yes, I'm glad to see you are well, sister. May you go with God. Yeah, they're sneaking around. Please think Mother Illuminata, Sister Gertrude, and Andreas were relying on you. Please hurry. Be as thorough as I can. Come, Andreas, we better get back before Carl gets suspicious. You too, Caspar. See you soon, Father. All goes well. Well, what do you expect? You and your ransacking friends might have been making a mess of it all night. Hehe. Huh. Thank you for escorting us. We'll let Mother Illuminata know how the brothers are. Alright, let's see if Gertrude has anything. Yeah. I have the curative. I hope it's well enough to alleviate. I did what I could. Of course, of course. God bless you. I hope this awful outbreak ends soon before any bloodshed. Be safe. Alright. Wait. Haha, fuck you. Well, first off, medicine. Make you something for your pain. You shouldn't have. The others. As you care for others, I must care for you. If I can't help you, then I failed at everything. I was looking after you. You're the one teetering on the edge, now eat the broth. Rest easy. Alright. Have the thing. Because I have to go confront him with it. Alright. Guy, your turn. You asshole. You told Kierno. Yeah, dunno. You're a true bastard, and you deserve the very worst of what's coming to you. I'd like to think we've been on reasonably good terms until now. Tell me your side of the story. There has to be a reason for this other than simple greed. Does there? You're a bastard, but you're not stupid. You wouldn't do something as brazen without a good reason. What a generous assessment, Andreas. Thank you ever so much. You're very welcome. Asshole. Andreas, brother guy. Seems like it would be quite a risk for you to come through the crypt to see us. Shouldn't you be trying to prove that someone killed Otto? Someone who isn't the abbot? I need to talk to you! Help in any way I can. I know the money you were stealing from the abbey. Keep your voice down. Where did you hear that? I'm asking the questions. I found the book you were hiding in the abattoir. I don't know what you're talking about. I've been thorough in my search. You found a book in the abattoir. With notes in the Burgundian. Maybe it was Matthew. You're telling me the Swiss monk wrote notes in Burgundian to frame you. They're mine. You've got this wrong. I wanted to shut him up, not kill him. Anyway, I didn't go through with it. If I had, and it had worked, he'd be a drooling idiot, not dead. Sister Amelie overheard your confession. Ugh, mystics. Shouldn't she be contemplating the divine or something? The church is too small for confessions anyway. And that's what I know. It's all you know, because there's nothing more to know, and there's nothing else. If there's nothing else, God bless you, Andreas. Okay. So. Good. Adolf's fine. Use Burgundian terms. Okay. See if I can find any more evidence of his deeds. But out of place, the manual on. Okay. Alright. There's so much. There's always so much information that I never know what the fuck I'm doing. Sister Lisbeth, Dutch Oblate, assistant to Mother Cecilia. Dutiful Kitchener of the Nuns. Tristan, nobleman. Minor nobleman, envoy for the Duke. Boy. Boy. Gertrude Herbalist. She is known for her friendly personality and her cat, Mausfanger. Hoi. Love of anagrams and fish. Hoi vey. There's so much information. Ugh. That was right. I did want to ask Brother Adok. Yeah, I ran out of time. I wasn't able to actually ask him about the page. Damn. Can't go through the scriptorium. Alright. How many hours do I have? 5 hours. Fuck. Okay. Peter's ordered everyone to stay out. Including you. Okay. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Alright. Alright. Brother guy was the most likely suspect, and now I'm not entirely positive. Hey, Paul. Alright. Do you have a moment? What do you want? I know about you and Hana. So? Heard you two by the ruins. I don't give a damn that you're cheating, but I heard you there. Middle of the day, stupid bitch. You think I give two shits and who knows about us? I fucked most of the women in this town, Andreas. No one's ever done anything about it. You won't change that. You don't scare me. What do you want? You said I could be a problem? Do you think she could have killed him? Not very delicate about that, are you? No, I don't think she did. She's a devilish woman, sure, but too cowardly. She won't even admit to her husband he's a Cuthgold, much less murder Otto. Really looking for someone to dream. Try Martin. Him. There's something off about him and Otto knew it. We have things to do. Okay. Look at this day! They're surrounding the peasants. The Duke knows I support the abbot, I always have. You and I aren't in any danger. If we want to hunt, we can hunt. Hardly seems appropriate. If it would help, I can tell you what I know, and I know a fair deal. What do you know? Nope. Come hunting with me and I'll tell you. I can't. Suit yourself. Okay, so I can change my mind on that. I would like to go talk to Martin anyway. Martha, Anton, Helena. Never thought I'd see you back here again. Neither did I. God has strange plans for us all. Have you been? Well, little Martha managed to survive since your last visit, thank God. But lately, not so well. You must know about the taxes we have to deal with. Now that Otto's been murdered, Carl is almost as angry as Peter. Half of the day he's up at the abbey, making sure the monks don't try to sneak out. Him and Sepp and half the other farmers. They have reasons to be angry, but Lord, I wish these men would cool their heads. Maybe the townsfolk can talk them down? I hope so. They have more to lose if things get violent. Carl's always been such a hothead and Anton takes after him. I pray nothing happens to them. I best get back to my work. Until later. Okay. Hi, Martha. Hi. You must be Martha. Who told you? Saint Satya. Really? Yes, she said she's watching over you. That's nice. Alright, I'm gonna go. Okay, Martha. Okay. Elsa? Okay. Nope, Bowers. Hey, Martin, can I talk to you? No! Cool. Cat. Hello, Cat. Martin seems different from how I remembered him. What changed? He was still gone, but okay. This whole conversation is happening again. I don't know, he's become a stalwart presence in the town, and he's good to Brigitta. Brigitta? Do you know why they were arguing? I'm sorry, Andreas, I don't know anything about that. Martin supports Otto in his case against the abbot's taxes. They didn't have any cause to fight. Their argument was quite heated. Would he have any reason to hurt him? Of course not. They've become close friends, like brothers. Even brothers quarrel. After France died, God blessed me by returning my son to me, healed of his darkness. We should be giving thanks that the Lord led Martin to the light. I'm just trying to find out who really did this. I know my own son. Martin would never do such a thing. Thank you for talking with me, Cat. Okay. Brigitte? Could you spare a moment? I suppose. What do you need? It's so strange seeing Martin. What do you mean? Seems like he came back from his travels a changed man. He's back and I don't recognize him. It's been 7 years, Andreas. Everyone in Tassing has changed. Is that so bad? No, of course not. He did get into an argument with Otto when I was coming into town. What happened there? Why all the questions about my husband, Andreas? I'm trying to catch up on everything that's changed in Tassing. You're a poor liar, Andreas. He's pressing Martin to support him in the town commons. Martin has changed, but his history in his town is remembered. He doesn't want to cause more trouble. He didn't want to speak in the commons because he's afraid of the abbot. They squabbled over it, that's all. Otto threatened Martin if he didn't cooperate. Was your husband so afraid Otto knew? Your husband can't have changed that much. It's not gonna work. Yeah. I know that Otto and Martin had quarreled, but that's all. Maybe he flew off the handle with Otto. You know how men are. I'm sorry, but I don't know anything about the matter. Now please, I have to get back to work. Alright. Ugh. Martin won't talk to me. Alright. Okay. I didn't really think Martin would, but... maybe he'll let something slip while we're away from town. I think that's my best shot. I think the Miller is my best shot, which I hate because I don't want to talk to him. But... if I impress him with my hunting abilities, perhaps... Alright. Alright. That's what the abbot always have. You aren't in any danger. If we can hunt, we can hunt. Hunt hardly seems appropriate. What do you know? Enough. Alright, fine. Wonderful, you'll have to leave the boy behind, though. He'll slow us down. Caspar, you can stay here with Paul until we return. Okay. I assume this will encourage Paul to do more art. How is the climbing suiting you, Mailer? It's a bit more challenging than I was expecting. The worst is over, there's only a little way to go. Rest for a moment and let me know when you're ready to continue. I can see all of Tassing and Kearsall from here. I probably have enough time for a quick sketch. Yeah! Despite all of Tassing's troubles, it looks peaceful from up here. Why is this so hard? It's like my mind just wants my hand to stop. I can't even draw something as beautiful as this valley. Useless. What a waste of time. No, not useless. Look, you can see the Duke's soldiers getting information around the town. Peter has no idea what he's gotten the peasants into. Come nightfall, it will be too late. You seem rather happy about the whole situation. I am. It's about time the peasants were brought back in line, reminded of the order of things. All that space devoted to fields, it's a pity we need the peasants to work them. Why do you hate them so much? I'd say they're worthless, but they do necessary labor, I suppose. Even so, they're filthy brutes, idiots to the last, fit only to toil. It's hard to really think of them as people. Jesus Christ. How did you develop such contempt? My father taught me that if you try to help a peasant, they'll only drag you down into their muck. Great. Like a dumb cow stuck in... Great! It's best to leave them to their fate, for fuck's sake. Still, their women are of some value. Christ. Don't misunderstand me, they're as stupid as the men, but they do have some charms. When they're young, of course, they age like buttermilk in the sun. Jesus, fuck. You're a married man. Marriage is for raising children, keeping a household. There's nothing wrong with enjoying fruit from a tree in another man's yard from time to time. Jesus Christ. How many men have enjoyed the fruit from your tree? None, because Elsa is mine. The man in this town would dare, he'd be dead within the day. Not even the abbot would hold me responsible for it. You rely a great deal on your friendship with the abbot. The abbot is a strong ruler and he controls his lands with a firm hand. The peasants don't understand how good they have it. Whether the peasants disband or suffer the Duke's wrath, the abbot's current peril is only temporary. It's enough talk for now. Are you ready to head up? Yeah, okay. Deer come through this clearing at all times of the year. There's a natural blind up ahead we can watch from there. I have to admit, I didn't think much of you when you were last in Tassing, poor artist and all that. What changed? Made something of yourself, became a master in Nuremberg. In 7 years, you've gone from boarding in a rundown peasant's hovel to running your own successful workshop. Men like us make our own fortune. Didn't your father build the mill? The old mill. I built this one, the only windmill in Bavaria. With his fortune. You're missing the point. We've built something for ourselves. Sure. Peter Gertner will toil the same field his father did until he drops. Big George will do the same. Peasants ask for the world, but they can't even comprehend what's outside of their tiny plot of land. Where's this conversation heading? This rebellion by the farmers won't go anywhere. Whether it ends peacefully or violently, they won't win. If they need a scapegoat for Otto's death, look at Martin Bauer. Why would he want to kill Otto? Martin didn't want to support Otto's little rebellion. He was quite happy with the way things were. Something changed recently. I think Otto learned something about Martin that Martin didn't want to get out. It was dire enough to change Martin from resisting Otto to wholeheartedly supporting him in front of the town. What evidence is there? Find some. If Otto found out, others must know or at least have suspicions. You lead, I follow. What was that? This gun isn't the most accurate weapon, but I hit the deer. What more do you want? Fume silently. Oh, relax. You're fine. Let's find the stag. It can't have gone far. Alright. It's not dead yet. It looks like we both wounded it, but not enough. It's easy to kill, enough to kill a dumb beast when it's helpless. Seem to take pleasure in overpowering helpless creatures. It is the nature of a wolf to feed among sheep. You're a miller. You make flour. I'm a miller with a gun. Yeah, aha. Yeah. Now then, let's find a long stick to carry the deer. Jesus Christ. It was a good hunt. Thank you for coming with me. Thank you for inviting me. You would tell me something useful about Otto's death. Both have an interest in seeing the situation with the peasants resolved quickly. Think about what I said about Martin. I'll look into it. Good luck. Of course you threw fucking Martin under the bus. I was hoping to have something useful. The troops have arrived. Great. Oh, God. I don't have one. Martin, please talk to me. Oh my God, I have nothing. Ugh, get fucked. Hans. Good rumor you're back. Meet Kaspar, my apprentice. Hello, are you from Nuremberg? Like, I'm from Salzburg. Is that very far? Not too far, I think. A few days to the east on horseback. I've never been outside of Tassing. Or ridden a horse. Tassing's a wonderful place. Some of the men in town say it would be better if the abbey weren't around. You'd have to contend with a lord, and that's hardly better. They might be right about that. What do you think? I don't know. Could be nice to have a change. Change does not come peacefully in the Empire. I guess we'll see. Do you really think the soldiers will come and attack town? God knows. I wish he'd tell us. I'm starting to get scared. Trust in God. Oh, that's a good idea. Thanks, Andreas. Johann? You and me need to talk. Alright, what's on your mind? Helping the abbot. You know what he's been doing to our families? Not just the abbot. Father Girno might not be able to get a fair trial, but someone should defend him. I don't want that library. Peter is threatening the entire abbey, not just the abbot. Those monks never did any good by me or my family. By my measure, they've done a lot of harm. The monks don't deserve to die. What do we deserve? To starve? When's the last time you went hungry? In the last month, I count more lean days than full. If it weren't for Ulrich's charity, we wouldn't have any bread at this week. And the abbey should answer for it, but not by burning it down. I don't know what else to do. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna talk to you fucks. Peter. God, okay. Hi, Clara. Okay, you're not gonna talk to me. Hi, Ursula. Hi, Peter. Hi, George. Hey, Andreas. How are you doing? I'm alright. Veronica's helping Ava and Dad's mad all the time. Tried talking to him, but he won't back down now that Otto's... well... I don't know what else to do. We won't make the winter if we don't do something. If Peter hadn't flown off the handle, this would have been a lot easier. Let me solve Otto's murder. Just give it time. Yeah. Don't really have a choice. Yeah. We don't have much time, so let's get this over with. I know some of you are frightened, some of you want to give up, but we have to see this through. Maybe we can't get what we've been fighting for, but we can get justice for Otto. What about the Duke's soldiers? They've been getting closer all day. I know, that's why we have to do this now, before it's too late. For Andreas to tell us who did it. Jesus Christ. No more stalling, we need to know who killed Otto, and we need to know now. Can he even tell us the truth? Justice can be served. justice can be served, not so you can fulfill your revenge. Violence is not the answer. The guilty party should face the law and not a mob. I'm not debating this, Ulrich. We're out of time. Acting now is the only way to get justice. We can't let anything stop us. A name will do the rest. She made it, everyone. She made it. Aw, Rachel gave birth. Baby. Everyone needs to stay back and give Rachel space. Of course. All is well. A baby girl. With everything going on, with everything that could have happened. A blessing. Good. Oh. Ah. Peter, I'm sorry I can't keep supporting you anymore. I understand your cause, but I need to protect my daughter and keep my friends safe. I've already lost Marie and Bert. I can't bear to lose anyone else. If bowing to the Duke's wishes will protect us, I'll do it gladly. I believe in the cause, Peter, but not at the cost of any more violence. This is a stressful time for us all. I need a moment to myself. Yeah. Maybe he's right. It is too much. The matter isn't so straightforward. Yeah, it's true. That soldier said the Duke would consider some concessions for the town if we release the Abbey. Surely that will be enough. There is room in the law to allow a peaceful resolution. We should trust Andreas' expertise and judgment and trust in the law. Force will not solve anything. If he's not the one who killed Otto? You townsfolk who don't understand letting the abbot go won't fix anything. If we can't get the concessions we need, then where will Tassing be? Otto's death needs to be vindicated. Don't walk away from this now. I have not swayed from the cause, Peter, rest assured. But Ulrich, this isn't your fight. Gret, it is moral and Christian to stand with the peasants. I cannot do otherwise. Such behavior is reckless and cruel, especially right now. Get out, let Rachel rest. We're not done. Must still find justice for Otto before the Duke's soldiers arrive. Let's leave Rachel and the baby be, at least. Alright. For fuck's sake. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. This is great. Give us the name of the monks can burn along with their precious books. Mobbing the culprit won't give you any concessions. Let's just give the murderer to the Duke's men instead. The Duke's men have forced us to act. We can worry about the abbot and the soldiers after we've dealt with the killer. I have one more condition. Enough innocent blood has already been spilled. Let's Caspar leave before things get any worse. He's just a boy, Peter. Please. Leave? Yeah, kid. The boy can leave. It's not his fight. I couldn't live with myself if something happened to you. Why? Why is that all bad? I won't leave you. Oh. Find your family back to Salzburg. Back to your family. Please. You'll teach me again when this is all over, right? Of course, I will be right behind you. Alright. Oh, okay. So if I don't show care for him, then okay. So if I don't show care for him, he stays. Alright, alright. Who killed Otto? Jesus fuck. I only have 2! Oh. I don't think it was either of them. Or Martin. Or... Fuck. God damn it. Fuck. I don't think it was either of them. Fuck. I don't think it was Guy. I think he's just a dick. And I don't have a choice. Both are bad options. I don't like any of this. Ugh. Ugh. Boy. Oh boy. Fuck. Fuck. Ugh. Ugh. This is so rough. These are so many bad options. I don't like any of this. God damn it. Ugh. I don't think Hana was doing anything illegal. Guy definitely was. I'm not able to fucking read his ledger because it's so goddamn complicated. Ugh. Ugh. Jesus Christ. The abbot's gonna fucking hate my ass. For the rest of my fucking life. I'm picking Guy. Get Guy killed. Guy acted alone. He was stealing money from the abbey. Otto tried to see Guy's ledger at the scriptorium. When Guy refused, Otto said he'd see it one way or the other. So he panicked. One way or another he'd be caught by Otto or the abbot. Found a book in the abattoir and confirmed it was Brother Guy who brought it there. Book was a manual of magic. Guy had marked a section he could use to cast a spell on Otto. We won't touch the others, Andreas, but if Brother Guy killed Otto, he needs to face justice. We've heard Andreas out, but the accused should be allowed to defend themselves. Yeah. I saw a guy running out of the church just now. He was headed toward Lenhardt's mill. Oh, God. I thought you might have learned something from our chat. Seems you really are as pathetic as the rest of them. I don't want to be wrapped up in this. They forced my hand. Yeah, get them out of here. We're leaving for someone far away from you. I should have expected this from you, Paul. You've always been a sad excuse for a son. Jesus Christ. If you do this, you won't find anyone else to love you. Jesus. Feckless old crone like that Ottilia. It's over. They're gone. You're not so high and mighty now. You're going to lose everything just like us. There's more of us than you in that mill, and you can't shoot us all. I didn't do anything. You have to believe me. I had nothing against Otto, nothing against the peasants. I'm on your side. You're a liar, a thief, and a murderer. He's at least a liar and a thief. 2 of the 3 of those are correct. You've never given a damn about law or justice or propriety or fucking decency a day in your life. You've let me have my way for years and done shit all about it. You've never stood up for anything and you won't get away any further today. Jesus fucking Christ. Please calm down. Can't blame the man, Ulrich. Forces all Peter and his family knows. Certainly worked with Christine. Jesus Christ. And you killed Ulrich. Good job. Yeah, they're both gonna die. You've been a menace on this town long enough, but murder? You've brought this on yourself. Both of the murderers die together, they're gonna burn the mill. Andreas, troops are advancing on the town. We need to go now. We must let the abbot out so he can talk to the Duke's soldiers. You're right, let's go. The abbot has to talk to the soldiers. Yep. Think about they won't hurt you now. Andreas found the killer and justice has been dispensed. Peter has to keep his word. Duke's soldiers have surrounded the town. We have to show them you are in no danger so that they aren't holding you captive. We don't want any more bloodshed. What happened at the mill? Is anyone hurt? We saw a fire. Where's Brother Guy? What's happened to him? You got your justice. You wouldn't harm the abbot or the brothers, remember? I did. No one else needs to die tonight. The abbot can talk to the Duke's herald. You held Lenhard responsible for his actions. We can convince the Duke that what just happened tonight was justice. Otto is dead. Ulrich is dead. We can work through this. Hope is not lost. Everything can go back to the way it was before. Like nothing ever happened. He's still gonna burn down the library. What did you do? Set fire to the library. He's lit the manuscripts. Nothing is ever going to change. Need to get to the water in the sister's well before it spreads. Soldiers are in the abbey. They're coming this way. Good night, Andreas. I'm sorry, I can't. I love the books too much. Go. Yeah. Yeah. Yup. God. Yeah. That's wild. Oh, Caspar. Oh, baby boy. I'm glad he didn't die with me, at least. Ugh. That's so hard. Well, there I am. Perishing in the fucking fire. Hello, Saint Satya. Two fires. Ha ha ha. Great. To interested parties regarding investments made to Andreas Mahler, artist of Nuremberg, for the creation of a mural in the Church of Our Lady. The The Chamber Court upholds the rulings of the Nuremberg City Court and Council of 1526 and 1527, respectively. All claimants signed contracts containing clauses under which their investments could be returned. As Andreas Mailer's death indisputably resulted from a greater power, a contractually exempted circumstance, his estate cannot be held liable. In the interest of feminine liberty, his widow, Sabine, retains all contested investments. The 15th day of February, Anno Domini 1534.